Tracy, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great. All right. Good morning, everyone. Let's go on order. Let's go on the record in proceeding number 26F-0072CP. It is about 9 o'clock on June 3rd, 2026. I'm Kelly Rosenberg, the Administrative Law Judge assigned to this proceeding. And this proceeding is the evidentiary hearing in a formal complaint matter of Roman Lysenko, complainant, against On Location Events, LLC, respondent. At this time, I would like to take appearances beginning with complainant.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Roman Lysenko, and I represent myself, and I'm the complainant.
Thank you. And is it Lysenko? Is that what you said?
Lysenko. Yep, it's
Lysenko. Okay.
Lysenko.
All right. I might slightly mispronounce it throughout the day, and I apologize for that.
That's fine.
All right. And then respondent.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Sean Jennings, attorney with the law firm Ireland Stapleton, here on behalf of On Location Events.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. And then Mr. Valentine, did you wish to enter an appearance since you filed a motion to quash? Your call.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I'm here for the limited purpose of representing Ace and Ramblin in this as they're questioned by Mr. Lysenko.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Before we get started, I have a few preliminary matters, and then I'll give all of you an opportunity to raise any preliminary matters you may have. First, as I think everyone here is aware, this matter is being webcast and recorded, and we do have a court reporter recording every word stated. And if I mispronounce a name or if I use an incorrect gender pronoun, just please correct me. I mean no disrespect. If I make the mistake again, please correct me again. I will do my best to get it right from then on out. Just quickly, I don't care for speaking objections in matters. So if you have an objection, go ahead and just state the legal basis for the objection. If I need any clarification on what you mean, and I might, there are times when I do wish for clarification, I'll go ahead and ask for it. But I find that objections quickly devolve into argument with parties going back and forth. So to the extent you're able to remember that, just give the legal basis and we'll go from there. I do understand that this matter relates to issues that are directly impactful to the parties and things can feel personal. So I do appreciate that. I do expect everyone to treat everyone else with respect. I'm sure that goes without saying, but I just want to clarify that. In the event that you or your client, as the case may be, needs a break, let me know. We may not be able to stop at that exact moment, but I can facilitate getting a break as quickly as possible, just because, again, I know matters can feel personal and things can become emotional in these types of cases. On that note, I do plan on taking regular water and brain breaks. Obviously, it will depend on how long this goes, and we can find natural breaks here and there, but I don't intend to just power through all morning. I don't work well that way. So just everybody should know that. Then finally, for me, we do have an issue, as I understand it, related to some confidential exhibits that it looks like On Location filed into this matter in their box.com. April, I don't mean to put you on the spot. Did you want to, I think you wanted to address that. I think you had a plan or a recommendation.
Yes, so the confidential exhibits are just not properly marked. I'm not sure if they're actually confidential. We need to have a C next to the number for confidential exhibits. So I just wanted to clarify that and see if we can get those fixed if they are in fact confidential. That's 200, 201, and 202.
And Mr. Jennings, yeah, oh, go ahead. Or Mr.
Well,
Valentine, yeah.
Your Honor, yes, we did upload those. And I was planning to address this as a preliminary matter. What those three documents are, those are actually responses to the subpoena that Mr. Lysenko propounded. So we have here today Brad Nagel. He's our testifying witness on behalf of On Location. And those three documents are the subpoena responses pursuant to the subpoena that required On Location to attend today's hearing and to produce certain documents. It is our intention to object to the introduction of those documents, but just in terms of this being a virtual hearing, if this was in person, I would have brought, 4 copies for your honor, all the parties, and we would have looked at those documents, but that's why they're in the box.com folder. We don't intend to introduce them as exhibits, but if Mr. Lysenko does, we can go through and address the issue at that time.
Okay, that works for me. April, are you on board with that approach?
Yeah, that works for me.
Great,
So,
okay.
Your Honor,
Yeah.
if I might be heard on this, it's my understanding that at least some of those documents are contracts between my clients and On Location. And if that's the case, we would ask for highly confidential treatment of those documents because they contain sensitive information, and the commission has historically held that direct competitors should not have access to this sort of information. And so I'd ask for highly confidential treatment under Rule 1101B. And
Okay.
I would ask that they not be provided to Mr. Lysenko since he's a direct competitor.
But they're, right, at this time, are they immediately available to everyone? Is that correct? Box.com.
I have not seen them yet. But if they're available in box.com, perhaps Your Honor should review them before we even bring them up.
And
I'll just
I can also
clarify.
describe what they are, Your Honor.
I'll just quickly clarify as well that they are not available to everyone in box. It's just in On Location's folder.
Understood. Thank you for that. I haven't looked at them on the website either, so I wasn't aware. Yeah, Mr. Jennings, if you would describe them, that would be helpful.
Yes, Your Honor. And so we do have the same objection to the introduction of these documents. Basically, there's 3 sets of documents that are responsive to Mr. Lysenko's subpoena, but as Mr. Valentine stated, we don't believe that as a direct competitor of the parties here that they are appropriately provided to Mr. Lysenko. So there are 3 exhibits. One is a contract between On Location and Ramblin' Express. So that's just a business document between those 2 parties. That's exhibit 200 that we marked as. Exhibit 201 is a contract between On Location and Ace Express. Each of those are 13 pages, so they're contracts just solely between those 2 parties. And then the 3rd exhibit is a larger one, but it's 75 pages worth of invoices and records related to the service, at issue. And those are documents between On Location, Ace, and Ramblin'. So those are the nature of the documents that we've uploaded.
And then, go ahead, Mr. Valentine.
And Mr. Jennings, perhaps you can just clarify, do those invoices contain pricing information and that sort of sensitive material?
Correct. And we certainly worked hard to gather these documents and respond to the subpoena, and Mr. Lysenko acknowledged that there was going to be likely material in these documents that contain, for example, pricing and other commercially sensitive terms. So that's what we've uploaded, and we've redacted those specific portions while the documents all are intact.
Okay, and then with regard, that was the question I was going to ask you, and Mr. Lysenko, we'll give you an opportunity to speak in a moment, but are you opposed to providing the redacted copies of those? Is it admission as exhibits aside, are you opposed to providing the redacted copies to Mr. Lysenko?
We are, Your Honor, and this is a little unique because and there's also an additional rule, 1101H, which provides that even if documents may be responsive or otherwise relevant, you just can't give competitors commercially sensitive documents under the rules. And so we're in a situation where Mr. Lysenko is a competitor of these parties. He's not represented by counsel. I know in some cases you can sign highly confidential NDAs and you are able to share these type of documents. We don't have objection to Your Honor or the commission reviewing them, receiving them, but we don't think that they are appropriately provided to Mr. Lysenko. The rule just states that confidential information shall not be used or disclosed for purposes of business or competition, and that further that an officer, director, or employee concerned with competitive products or services cannot get access to that type of information.
And I do understand that, but if the confidential information has been redacted, you still have an objection to providing the documents? Is that what I understood you to say?
Your Honor, that is our objection. We also understand that Your Honor may rule differently, and so they are, redacted and marked for this purpose. We would, though, with respect to Mr. Valentine's request that they be treated as highly confidential and not be, posted on the commission's docket system otherwise.
And then, Mr. Valentine, did you have anything else to add?
I don't, Your Honor. I guess I would say that there may be, depending on how testimony proceeds, a way around this situation. If Mr. Lysenko wants to elicit responses that are general and on the sort of in the nature of, do you provide charter bus service, who controls the bus, and all of that sort of thing, that's acceptable. That's been the testimony in all of these cases. And I don't have a problem with that. But when it comes down to specific invoices for trips and all of the pricing information, I do have an objection along the lines of what we've been discussing. Mr. Lysenko is a direct competitor, and he shouldn't get any of it.
And then with regard to, is your objection as well, does your objection cover even the redacted versions of the documents?
Yes, we would object to the redacted versions because, in the bigger picture, Your Honor, these cases are about the market to serve Red Rocks. And this has been an ongoing process, as Your Honor knows, and we don't think that a direct competitor should have access to this information. I haven't reviewed the redacted copies, and so I don't know what precisely has been redacted. And from my perspective, it's better to be safe than sorry. The commission doesn't allow competitors to see this sort of information typically, and I think that's appropriate in this case.
All right, thank you for that. Mr. Lysenko, did you have any input to provide here?
Yes, Your Honor. So first of all, this is we're talking about on location's own contracts and invoices and the records with Ace and Ramblin Express concerning the exact service at the issue. They are directly relevant to whether on location is merely brokering transportation service or instead selling a passenger-facing shuttle product and separately chartering buses from Ace and Ramblin. Under Rule, I believe it's 1501A, the Commission may receive reliable probative evidence, even if the technical rules of evidence would otherwise apply. So we, in our subpoena, I did request Mr. Jennings to redact all the pricing, all the information which is highly confidential, redact completely the terms. The only thing we've been asking for is just to show if the on-location, the structure of the service, if the on-location gets commissioned for selling tickets of Ace and Ramblin Express, or if on-location just poorly chartering buses on their own name, which is the exact service at the issue right here. So we did ask to redact and all these highly confidential documents. So that's they can take some time, go over. Mr. Jennings can just share it with Mr. Valentine, those documents. Mr. Valentine can review those documents, and they can offer those documents at the end of, we can offer those at the end of the proceeding. So they can redact all the confidential information that they believe can be harmful for those party, and just leave just the service at the issue. If the on location gets the commission for selling Ace and Ramblin' Express services and shuttle tickets, or if on location just chartering buses from those two companies. That's the only thing.
Okay. All right. I thank everybody for your positions on all of this. Why don't we do this? If you all don't, if you're okay with this, let me just take a few minutes here. Let's just take a little recess, and I want to look into a couple of things here. And then when we come back, it's possible I might say, let's wait until we get there and see how things go. But I just want to confer with a colleague here on one particular issue before we proceed. So if everyone is okay, can we reconvene at 9:30? Is everyone okay with that?
Yes,
Okay.
Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So thank you, everyone. We'll go off the record for now. We'll come back at 9:30.
Yeah.
Tracy, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Great. All right, let's go back on the record. Thank you, everyone. I just wanted to confer with someone. So this is a bit unusual because on location didn't file a motion. So we're sort of handling this matter as though a motion had been filed when I just asked a question about clarification about documents that had been filed as confidential. So I think, not I think, so what should happen now is the redacted documents should be provided to Mr. Lysenko. You are welcome to go through them to ensure that the information that is highly confidential is redacted from the documents. Whether or not they can be introduced into evidence during the hearing will depend, of course, upon the circumstances in which they're brought or offered, if they are offered. So I understand that On Location is not going to offer them as exhibits. With that in mind, Mr. Jennings, do you need to go through the documents again to ensure that all the information is redacted out, or are you confident that all the confidential information has been removed?
Your Honor, we have undertaken that because, as I
Okay.
mentioned, Mr. Lysenko acknowledged. I guess, though, to clarify, we object to producing the documents at all because of Rule 111. And so, is Your Honor ruling on that? I understand. Yes, we didn't file a motion ahead of time, but that is our objection to providing the documents to Mr. Lysenko.
Yeah, you would have needed to file a motion so this could be properly briefed instead of me asking about it as a preliminary matter. The redacted documents, yes. I mean, I am not saying to provide the unredacted documents, but the redacted documents, yes. Mr. Valentine, it looks like you have something.
Yes, I just would say that, Mr. Lysenko could have asked for these documents in discovery as opposed to asking them to be brought to the hearing. And had that occurred, there would have been ample time for motions practice. And so, the timing of all of this, I don't think is solely on Mr. Jennings or my client. I just heard about what was responsive on Friday. And it strikes me that, we are, as you said, in a very unusual situation here, for sure. But that doesn't mean that Mr. Lysenko gets access to competitive information. I haven't seen these documents yet. I don't know how they've been redacted. If it's only pricing information, for example, I may suggest that there are other things that should be redacted. I mean, I just don't know. I know that there are on location documents with Ace and Ramblin, between Ace and Ramblin. I'm sure that there are other on location documents. I just don't have a handle on what the scope of these documents is. So, I would like a chance to review them to make sure that the redactions are as they should be. That's
And yes, just to follow up on the procedure, Your Honor, I do think this is a little unique, right? We're responding to a subpoena to attend today, so we did bring an on-location witness. We may or may not have brought in a witness. We're the defendant in this case, but we were subpoenaed. We have a witness. We were also subpoenaed to bring documents, at the hearing starting at 9 a.m. this morning. I did advise Mr. Lysenko yesterday the content of those documents, the fact that we were uploading them to the box, and we reserved our right to object to the introduction. So I understand, Your Honor, will rule in favor of one party or the other, but that's just the procedure that we have been following, which is to attend today's hearing, bring those documents. This is all a little in the virtual world. Literally, I would have had 4 copies. People can look at them, and so that's where we are.
Sure, and they may not be introduced into evidence. We haven't gotten there yet. Each document at the time, there will be a determination if and when they're brought or moved for introduction into the evidence. I am okay with Mr. Jennings. I am not putting you on the spot here saying you have to agree with this, but I don't have an issue, and it sounds like from Mr. Lysenko earlier either that he doesn't have an issue with Mr. Valentine taking a moment to review the documents if you're comfortable with that, to ensure that all the highly confidential information has been redacted. Are you amenable to that, or do you have a thought on that?
No, we're happy to do that, Your Honor. And the other thing is here, these documents are all between these parties. So that's kind of I think that's why Mr. Valentine does have some standing here. He represents the clients who are the other parties to these documents.
Yes. No, I understood that. Yes. So I don't, about how long, I mean, I'm sure Mr. Valentine is generally aware of these documents. How long do you want, and does any party have a suggestion for how to proceed? Should we begin the hearing, see how far we can get, and then take a break to review the documents and re-upload them if necessary? Mr. Valentine, it looks like you have a thought.
Yes, I do have a thought, Your Honor. It happens that Mr. Jennings' office is not far from my office. And I guess what I would propose, if Mr. Jennings is amenable, is that over the lunch hour, I can go over to his office and review the documents. And then to the extent that Mr. Lysenko wants to admit them in this case, we can, as Your Honor suggested, go by a document by document sort of approach.
That works for me. My only potential concern, and Mr. Lysenko, is, are you able to proceed until lunch hour without knowing about whether those documents are going to come in, or without having an opportunity to take a look at them? Go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor, I definitely can, and those documents can be introduced through the last witness, and we can just, we can proceed without.
Okay. Then, and Mr. Jennings, are you okay with that?
Yes, and I will just add, Your Honor, our witness is here, and he's glad to testify about some of the areas that Mr. Lysenko has identified.
Okay, and that's helpful for me to know, and perhaps Mr. Lysenko may find he doesn't even need the documents, so we'll take that under advisement. I appreciate that. Okay, so now, Mr. Lysenko, did you have any preliminary matters to address?
Yes, Your Honor. Yesterday I did receive Mr. Jennings. Thank you for your email. Mr. Jennings emailed me about stipulation about administrative notice for some of the documents for the major recommended decisions that being made. So I believe respondent wants to make the administrative notice limited to those decisions, and I don't object to that. So we just want to do the administrative notice for the key four recommended decisions. It was the decision R25-0406, R26-0085, C26-0356, and C26-0236.
Great. So the administrative notice of those recommended decisions, those four that you just identified?
Yes, I would. I've got the hearing transcript from the previous hearing as well, but that one can be used as an exhibit. You don't need to take administrative notice on that.
Okay. Yes, and I will take administrative notice, and I will just repeat the decisions. And if I've mistaken one, correct me when I'm done here. R25-0406, R26-0085, C26-0356, and C26-0236.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Yes, I will take administrative notice of those. Okay. Anything else, Mr. Lysenko?
No, Your Honor.
Great. And then, Mr. Jennings, did you have any preliminary matters?
No, thank you, Mr. Lysenko, for addressing that. This was our attempt we reviewed Your Honor's order to trim down that request just to those four
Appreciate
documents.
that.
So thank you.
Great, thank you. And Mr. Valentine, did you have any preliminary matters?
Yes, just Mr. Lysenko has in the past kindly allowed my two witnesses to go ahead first so that they can get on with their days since they're not directly involved in the case. And if he's amenable, I would request that here too.
Understood. Mr. Lysenko, are you able to accommodate that?
Yes, definitely. We can start with Mr. Davis, Ace Express.
Great. Okay. Thank you. So now, now we could go ahead. Did either party wish to do an opening statement? I know Mr. Lysenko sometimes does.
Let me just
You don't
see.
have to if you don't want to.
Let me just see. Yes, just a quick opening statement. So, Your Honor, in this proceeding, I'm trying to focus on complete distinct issue from the previous two proceedings. It's not limited only to advertising, on location advertising on its website. It's actually about the relationship and about if on location advertises by the brokerage or not. So this proceeding gonna be aimed and pretty much focused on the relationship between these three companies. And the evidence will show that on location does not resell anybody else's service, it sells own service. And then just separately books the charter buses from Ace and Ramblin' Express. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Jennings, did you care to do an opening?
Thank you,
You
Your
want
Honor.
to? Yeah.
Sure. Just a brief roadmap, and then we would reserve closing argument for some of the other issues. But Your Honor, we believe that the evidence will show today that On Location is a responsible operator. They operate nationwide in the hospitality and concert industry, and that includes within Colorado with the Red Rocks program that they've been involved with for several years. So this case is different than some of the other complaints that Mr. Lysenko has been involved with. On Location has adapted its practices because it received a commission decision last year in May 25. I know Your Honor is familiar with this is the third case and there were two prior cases. But other than that order, On Location has not received any concern, notification that there's even a question about its compliance. And we've been operating the same way with this transportation service for several years out at Red Rocks. When Chief ALJ Adams issued his decision in the first case, it went through in great detail how the three parties operated, and then specifically with respect to On Location, what needed to change with their online advertising and their website. And On Location closely followed that guidance and implemented those changes. And then the second complaint case, Your Honor, the commission itself reviewed the two prior proceedings and found that, and I'll quote, this was the decision that was issued just the other day on May 29th, that in the first case, quote, the violations were relatively minor. That's at paragraph 2. And also, quote, ongoing corrective steps were underway at the time when Mr. Lysenko filed his second complaint. And so the outcome that the commission found just the other day at the end of May was that since June 25, On Location has been operating in compliance, and there hasn't been any other findings of non-compliance. And so Mr. Lysenko is presenting a narrative that is false. It's directly contradicted by the record in the two prior cases where the commission, two ALJs and the commission went through in great detail to look at On Location's compliance. And Mr. Lysenko's assertions that On Location is a bad actor or some sort of illegal operator are just simply not supported. As I mentioned, Your Honor is familiar with our claim preclusion argument. We'll just reserve that till later. But when it comes to the rules for the merits of today's hearing, the transportation broker rules are very short and they're very straightforward. And on location meets the definition of the transportation broker rules, and the evidence will show that on location is not any type of unlicensed or illegal operator outside of the commission's rules. Thank you.
Thank you. And one last thing for me before we get into the evidentiary portion here is that if you see me looking to the side, or I'm almost assuredly typing or looking at a relevant document. So I should just clarify that in case you're looking at me and it looks like I'm not paying attention. I am paying attention. So thank you for that, both of you. All right, Mr. Lysenko, you may go ahead and proceed. You're going to call Mr. Valentine's clients as witness, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Yes. First witness, I would like to call Mr. Davis, Ace Express.
Thank you. Mr. Davis, you please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, go ahead and proceed, Mr. Lysenko. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hello, Mr. Davis. I'll try to be quick. What is your full name, and please spell it for the record?
Sean Davis, SHAWN-DAVIS.
Are you currently employed?
Yes, I am.
Who do you work for?
Work for All Aboard America Holdings, DBA
Okay.
Ace Express Coaches.
And what is your current position?
Chief Operating Officer.
Do you represent Ace Coaches today at this hearing?
Yes, I do.
What service Ace Express Coaches provide?
We're in the business of chartering motor coaches and operating contracts across the state.
Got it. Do you know On Location Events LLC, which is respondent in this case?
Yes, I do.
How do you know On Location Events LLC?
They're a charter client of Ace Express Coaches.
Okay. So Ace provides, you said, charter service to On Location Events, am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Does Ace still provide service to On Location?
Yes.
So, and when you said charter bus service, can you describe that, please?
Yeah. Well, I think everybody understands the definition of a charter bus, but it is when a client reaches out to us for a prearranged trip from 2 points. I mean, I don't know how specific you want me to get.
Got it. And do you charge on like per bus, per trip basis, or does the number of passengers matter in the bus?
In the charter service, we charge for a bus for a duration of time or a distance.
Distance. Got it. So I just want to clarify that today's, the next, all the following questions we're going to address to the time frame limited from the first decision, decision number R25-0406, and Ace Express was the part of that proceeding. That's the first proceeding. So all the questions that I'm gonna ask after that, it's gonna be since May 29th, 2025, after that recommended decision that was issued. So all the questions I'm gonna ask, they're gonna apply for the time frame from May 29th, 2025. Are we good on that?
I think so. Yes.
Okay. So did Ace provide service to On Location since May 29th, 2025?
Yes.
Did you provide it under contract?
Define contract.
No. Did you provide that service under a contract? Do you have a contract with the
Yes.
On Location?
Yes.
Is the contract active today?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have buses scheduled to drive on location today?
Personally, I don't know if there's a concert up today or the quantity of buses, but I would guess if there's a concert that they would have ordered buses.
Got it. Is it the same charter bus service that you described before?
Yes.
Where do you usually pick up groups when you drive on location?
At any location they choose, provided it's safe to access.
Got it. Are there any particular locations that more often on location books than others?
Yes.
And what are those locations?
Near Denver Union Station, and last I looked, I think Illegal Pete's, out in front of Illegal Pete's.
Got it. And where do the buses usually go from those locations?
To Red Rocks.
Red Rocks. Got it. And how often do you provide that service to on location?
Frequently, at any time there's a concert at Red Rocks.
Got it. On a busy night, how many buses on location can reserve from ACE?
6, probably.
Around 6. Got it. Are those 54, 56 passenger motor coaches?
56 passenger motor coaches.
Got it. Who is your main contact at On Location LLC?
Well, it's changed throughout the years. Today I believe it's Brad Nagel.
Got it. Did ACE make any changes to its operations since that first proceeding? Or it's always been the same when you're working with On Location?
I'm not aware of any changes that have been made to the service.
Got it.
Maybe some times were adjusted, but I don't know the particulars.
Got it. But the type of the service that you provide to On Location always been the same. Am I correct?
Generally, yeah.
Got it. Since May 29th, has ACE given permission to On Location to advertise ACE's service?
I would have to get back to you on that one. I don't know the answer.
Got it.
I can expand on that if it's useful.
Yes, please.
Ace Express Coaches is a company of considerable size. There's a lot of people that, drive buses and work with clients. So I can't speak for what all those conversations. I think is essentially what I'm saying.
Got it. Okay. Since May 29th, 2025, has ACE had any involvement in On Location advertising? What On Location advertises on the website?
No, I would say no.
Got it. What about providing description for the advertising service? Did you ever do that for On Location service?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Did you ever control or tell On Location where you're gonna pick up passengers?
Do we control that?
I'm gonna object to this question. It's not relevant to what's at issue here. Mr. Davis has testified.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No, you just objected to the relevance.
Yep.
Mr. Lysenko, do you have any response to that?
Yes, it is relevant. We're just trying to show who is the controlling the pickup locations, who is in control of what services or in the operations.
And you were asking about
if
that's done through advertising?
No, if ACE if ACE controls the pickup locations?
I apologize. I misunderstood the question. Okay, I'll go ahead. I do think it's relevant to determine the control of the party and the ACE Express, so I'll go ahead and allow it. Overruled. Thank you.
And Mr. Davis, let me just ask you again. Do you tell on location where you're going to pick up passengers? On location tells you where you need to serve the bus.
Yeah, the client controls the pickup and destination generally, with the rare exception being the client doesn't understand any sort of safety impact they might create.
Got it. Do you have any involvement in the pricing that on location advertises?
No.
Got it. Since May 29th, 2025, have you ever discussed with on location to list ACE on their website?
Not since that date, no.
Okay. What is your relationship between ACE and on location? Can you call it a customer?
That would be correct.
Okay, and you
Yeah, we
called
call
the
them a
client a
customer.
couple times.
Yeah,
Got
client, customer, interchangeable.
Got it. Makes sense. And to summarize, let me know if I'm wrong. Allocation reserves buses, pays on per buses basis, and tells you when and where to serve the buses. Am I correct?
Yes, that's essentially how the charter business works for all clients.
And ACE, since May 29th, 2025, never asked the on location to sell its own per seat tickets. Am I correct?
Yeah, we don't. Yes, that would be correct.
Got it. Thank you, Your Honor. That's going to be it. Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Jennings. Did you have any questions?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Davis.
Morning, Sean.
You testified a lot about bus service to Red Rocks and about on-location events, right?
Yes.
With this service that you described, does ACE own or lease all of the motor vehicles that provide that service?
Yes, we do.
And Mr. Lysenko asked you about control. He kept using the word control. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Your clients book specific trips for certain times and certain destinations. Is that right?
That's correct.
Aside from doing that, third parties, clients, they don't control your vehicles. They don't control your company. Is that right?
That would be correct.
And you testified that what you do for on location is similar to other clients that you serve in the same industry. Is that right?
Yes.
Does ACE operate all of the vehicles? In other words, does it drive them? Does it drive or operate all of the vehicles that are used for this Red Rocks transportation?
Yes, we do.
And is that through your employees or independent contractors?
Their employees, yes.
Okay. So do you have a team of managers and employees who help you own, operate, manage, control all of the vehicles that are used for this service?
Yes.
And you wouldn't let a third party, like another company, like on location, own or operate or control your vehicles, would you?
No, we would not.
And so on location does not own, control, operate, or manage vehicles that are ACE's vehicles. Is that right?
I think generally that's correct. I think I would say, there's destinations and times and things that the clients ask for. So, they dictate those to us. But past that, we operate the bus.
Okay. So on a 24/7 ongoing basis, would you consider that different than a specific trip that a customer books when they say, hey, please go here, please go there? On a 24/7 ongoing basis, do you own, operate, control, and manage all of the vehicles?
Yes.
In relation to your service, does ACE maintain adequate motor vehicle insurance for all of the vehicles in your Colorado fleet?
Yes, we do.
Does this insurance cover all of the vehicles that are used for the Red Rocks transportation arranged by On Location?
Yes, it does.
Does ACE file this proof of insurance with the Colorado PUC?
Yes, we do.
And is that insurance filed for all of your vehicles in Colorado?
Correct.
And that does include the specific vehicles that Mr. Lysenko asked about that you service with On Location?
It's every vehicle.
Final few questions here, Mr. Davis. Mr. Lysenko kept asking you about a specific time frame from going back to May 2025. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you know approximately how long you've been providing a similar service working with On Location? Was it before May 2025?
Yes, it was.
Do you know approximately how long?
Pre-pandemic,
Okay.
2020, 2019, 2019, I think, maybe even 2018.
Okay. So at least, let's call it 2020. Have you been working with On Location in the same fashion that you testified about today?
Me personally, since 2021.
Okay. So you have personal knowledge of the relationship going back to 2021?
Yes,
And ACE, to your knowledge, has been essentially doing the same thing since 2019 or 2020?
that is correct.
And you told me about ownership of vehicles and control and management of the vehicles. Is that all true going back before the May 2025 timeframe that Mr. Lysenko asked you about?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Lysenko asked you about advertising that On Location may do. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
To your knowledge, have there been any changes since prior to May 2025 with regard to On Location's advertising?
I'm not familiar, to be honest.
So just to final summarize here, Mr. Davis, everything that you've testified about, did those same facts exist regarding On Location since at least 2019 or 2020?
I would say yes. But I can't speak to the website or I'm just not that close to it.
Okay, but just with respect to ACE and your knowledge of how the service works with On Location, did that go back before May 2025?
Yes, it did.
Did that go back several years before May 2024?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Thank you. I did have a couple of questions for you, Mr. Davis, based on these questions regarding the insurance. So if a customer, if an individual passenger rather on one of these buses from On Location, if they were injured on one of these trips to Red Rocks, would ACE's insurance cover? How does the insurance come into play in a scenario like that?
So, I mean, in the event there's an injury, there's a motor vehicle accident, a mean, it probably varies by state, but any passenger can sue any party. I mean, they have the right to sue anybody. Ace Express probably carries the largest tower of insurance in the motor coach industry. So generally, we would, if a client requested it, is cover or provide a certificate of insurance that covered them under our tower if they wanted to be named that way. We generally would be the first person that would be, viewed as a target, right? Because we're the operator of the motor coach. And generally, once an attorney digs around, they find the motor coach company is the one with the money and the tower and everything. And generally, we're the most liable if there's an accident, right? We're operating the motor coach. So it's pretty common for clients to request to be named in a certificate of insurance. And we would do that for, we do that for the state of Colorado. We do that for Denver Red Rocks. We do that for the city of Denver. We do it for anybody that just comes into contact with our service upon request. But otherwise, yes, we maintain a significant insurance tower with a $35 million, liability limit. They call that a tower because there's many insurance companies that are involved. Usually they try to split the liability and, in motor coach or trucking, that's pretty common.
And in this context, when you were just saying any client who requests that certificate, when you say any client, do you mean like on location, or do you mean the individual passenger? I wasn't sure what you meant by client there.
Oh, good. Well, the individual passenger is often never our client, except in some contracted public transit environments. But the contracting party or the booking party, and most often venues that we interact with. The Colorado PUC, I'm not sure that if Roman would be familiar with this, but you come to our facility and inspect our buses and provide, certificates of inspection. And, you do that quite regularly. I'm sure Mr. Holland goes through that on occasion too, with, inspectors and investigators from the Colorado PUC. We're also inspected by the Highway Patrol. We're inspected by the federal agencies, by clients of significance, like CDOT would be an example, by the U.S. military, by TSA. So there's few people that are scrutinized more heavily than significant motor coach operators, right? People of size and scale. We're on everybody's radar. And I would probably make this claim that after the airline and train industry, we're next in everybody's gun sights for inspection and safety and whatnot. I employ 9 people directly dedicated to safety at Ace Express Coaches. They do not drive a bus. They do not generate revenue. They are there to make sure that our clients are, get the safest possible transportation available.
Okay, and along those lines, then, do you have an arrangement with On Location regarding if there is an accident while you're transporting passengers to Red Rocks?
I would have to review the particular language in their contract, but they're a customer of sophistication, and I guarantee in our contract there's language around indemnification and whatnot. And so, I would have to pull that up. It's probably in the documents you have, but yes, we would absolutely extend as part of our services our insurance coverage to the clients, be it a wedding or any client that requested, that level of coverage. It's our world. It's what we do.
Thank you. And those were the only questions I had for you. I just want to give the opportunity to Mr. Jennings, or do you have any follow-up questions based on what I just asked, based off your questions?
I think just one, Your Honor. Mr. Davis, you did provide a lot of information about insurance and about the industry, right? Just to confirm, every single vehicle, the actual vehicles that go out to Red Rocks that are involved in the on-location service, are those covered by motor vehicle insurance?
Absolutely.
And do you file a copy of that insurance with the Colorado PUC?
Yes, we do. I would add this, they typically collect that during an inspection. That's often the vehicle in which they get the freshest copies, but we renew once a year like every insurance. And so I can't tell you if they have, I could only imagine that they have the current copy right now on file, but I can't speak for the PUC.
Okay. Thank you.
Your Honor, is there a redirect or not?
We don't do redirect, and actually we typically don't allow recross either. Go ahead. Did you have like limited questions in this instance? And then we won't as we continue on, but go ahead.
Thank you so much. I just quick question to Mr. Davis about, he mentioned that the individual passenger in the bus almost never a client. Is that, Mr. Davis, because you specialize in interstate transportation most of the time?
I'm gonna object to this question. The nature of the service is charter bus service. That's what we're talking about here. We're talking about service from mostly the Denver area to Red Rocks.
What's the basis for the objection?
The objection is relevance.
I'll go ahead and allow it. But then we'll stop is this your only question, Mr. Lysenko, that you have?
No, I've got a couple. I just want to distinguish the interstate and intrastate transportation, and what's the brokerage in the interstate and intrastate transportation, and how the brokerage is different between those. Since they responded in the intrastate transportation. So we just want to distinguish that issue from the broad charter bus generation.
I'll allow this question, then we'll see what the next question is. This might be I'll allow this question though. I do think this one is relevant, but we also then could be going into a rabbit hole that we may not need to get into right now.
Okay, please repeat the question. There was a lot said.
Yes, is the you mentioned before that the individual client in a bus almost never your client. And my question was it because ACE specializes in the interstate transportation?
I think what I said was the individual client doesn't request, the individual passenger doesn't make a insurance request. That was the nature of what I was communicating, is an individual passenger wouldn't request a copy of our insurance. The booking client, the chartering client, would be the one that makes that request.
Okay. So, and the and are the chartering clients usually brokers?
They're anyone that wants to charter a bus.
Got
I
it.
mean, there's no disqualifier on who would want to charter a bus. They're a retail person booking for a wedding. They're a state entity, the federal government, the U.S. military. The spectrum of people that charter buses is as wide as you can fathom.
Got it. Are you aware of the brokerage in the interstate transportation, and if they required to have the insurance in the interstate transportation?
There are laws around the type of insurance coverage that a motor coach operator needs to operate interstate or in-state. So we follow those laws or exceed them in every case.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. That was all my questions.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Davis, for your time. I appreciate you being here today.
No problem.
And Mr. Lysenko, your next witness.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. My next witness is Tom Holland, Ramblin' Express.
Mr. Holland, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Great, thank you. Thank you for being here today. Go ahead and proceed, Mr. Lysenko.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hello, Mr. Holland. I'll try to be quick. What is your full name, and please spell it for the record?
Todd Holland, Toddholland.
Are you currently employed?
Yes.
Who do you work for?
Ramblin' Express, Inc.
What is your current position with the company?
President.
Do you represent Ramblin' Express today at this hearing?
Yes.
What service does Ramblin' Express provide?
We provide charter bus and motor coach charter services.
Got
We
it.
also provide a scheduled service to certain cities within Colorado.
Got it. And what are those cities?
Blackhawk, Central City, and Cripple Creek.
Not the Red Rocks, am I correct?
No.
Got
Or
it.
you are correct.
Do you know On Location Events LLC?
Yes.
How do you know On Location Events LLC?
They're a charter customer.
Got it. Does Ramblin' Express still provide service to On Location?
Yes.
Is it a charter bus service, like you said?
Yes.
Do you charge On Location on per passenger rate or per bus, per trip or time and rate?
Yeah, we charge per trip, typically based on time.
Do you remember that first proceeding where Ace, Ramblin', On Location, and Mountain Star were involved?
Vaguely, yes.
Got it. So my all following questions going to be since the recommended decision, which was on May 29th, issued 2025. So I'll ask all my questions. All my next questions going to be since the May 29th, 2025. Did Ramblin' Express provide service to On Location since May 29th, 2025?
Yes.
Do you have contract with On Location?
Yeah, we have. Yes.
Is the contract active today?
Yes, I believe so.
Do you have buses scheduled to drive for On Location today?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look at the concert schedule.
What about, so are they services pretty close attached to the concert scheduling?
Repeat that question.
Yes.
Sorry.
Is the services On Location requests attached to the concerts usually?
I believe so, yes.
And what are those concerts? Which concerts are we talking about?
I believe there are concerts and events at Red Rocks.
Mm-hmm. Does the On Location, okay, I apologize. It's asked and answered. Where do you usually pick up groups when you drive for On Location?
I believe at one of a couple different downtown locations.
Got it. Can you specify a couple most popular?
I believe one of them is Illegal Pete's on Colfax. And then I think on occasion in front of Denver Union Station.
Got it. And did the buses usually go to Red Rocks from those
Yes.
locations? How often do you provide that service to On Location?
Yeah, upon request and charter bus availability. So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
On a busy night, how many buses can you provide to On Location?
I believe 1 to 3.
Got it. Are those 54, 56 passenger motor coaches?
Yes.
Got it. Who is your main contact at On Location now?
I believe it's Brad Nagel.
Got it. And did Ramblin' Express make any changes to operations working with On Location since May 29th, 2025?
No, I don't believe so.
Since May 29th of this year, has Ramblin' Express ever asked On Location to advertise Ramblin's service?
Not that I'm aware of.
Since May 2029 of May 29th of 2025, has Ramblin paid a commission to On Location for advertising Ramblin Express service?
No.
Since May 29, 2025, has Ramblin Express had any involvement in On Location's advertising?
No.
Who is choosing the pickup location for the groups, you or On Location?
On Location has designated those pickup spots.
Okay. What about the pickup times?
They've also requested the times that we pick up.
Okay, and who controls pricing for On Location advertisement? Did you ever tell On Location what to price for their service?
Objection as to form.
Sorry, my mouse was, yeah, Mr. Lysenko, I think potentially you misspoke in that question. Can you repeat that?
Yes. Do you control pricing that On Location advertises?
No.
What relationship between Ramblin Express and On Location?
On Location is a chartering party.
Chartering party. So can you call On Location a customer or client?
Yes.
Got it. And to summarize real quick, On Location reserves buses, pay per bus rate, tells you where and when to serve the bus. Am I correct?
Yes.
Did Ramblin Express ever ask On Location to advertise individual shuttle tickets on behalf of Ramblin Express?
No.
This is it, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Holland.
Thank you. Mr. Jennings, did you have any questions?
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Holland.
Good morning.
You testified about bus service to Red Rocks and working with on-location events. Is that right?
Yes.
With this Red Rocks transportation service, does Ramblin own or lease all of the motor vehicles that provide the service?
Yes.
Mr. Lysenko asked you a lot about the word control of the vehicles. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So you testified the clients book specific trips for specific times and destinations. Is that right?
Right.
Aside from these bookings, that does not give a client or any other type of third party control over your vehicles or your company. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. They just typically the chartering party would make requests as to times and locations and
just
destination.
to follow up on that. So on an ongoing 24/7 basis, you wouldn't consider a client or a customer to have control of your buses or your company. Is that right?
That's correct.
And with the service that we've been talking about to Red Rocks, does Ramblin operate those buses? In other words, is it your people driving those buses to Red Rocks?
Yes.
And are those employees or independent contractors of Ramblin?
Yeah, they're employees of Ramblin.
So do you have a team of managers and employees that operate and manage all of the buses that are involved in the Red Rocks service?
Yes, we do.
And so as a third party, On Location can't own, operate, control, manage any of your vehicles. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So does Ramblin maintain adequate motor vehicle insurance for all your vehicles in your fleet?
Yes, we do.
And is that all vehicles that you operate in Colorado?
Yes.
Does that insurance cover all of the specific vehicles that we're talking about that may make trips to Red Rocks or on location?
Yes.
Does Ramblin file proof of insurance with the Colorado PUC?
Yes, I believe we do.
Does that insurance filing include all the vehicles that provide the service to On Location and Red Rocks?
Yes.
You testified that there is a relationship, there's a contract with Ramblin' On Location, is that right?
Correct.
Are you required to carry insurance on behalf of On Location pursuant to the contract?
We're required to carry insurance as a regulated carrier, yes.
And would that include On Location as one of your clients or customers?
I don't understand the question. Are we carrying insurance for On Location?
Do you know if is On Location named insured, an additional insured on any of your insurance policies?
Yeah. I would presume that On Location has requested a certificate of insurance and requested to be named as additionally insured. That's somewhat standard in our industry. And if that was requested, that I'm sure that was provided.
Okay. There was some prior testimony about what happens if there's an accident, if there's a motor vehicle accident. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So does Ramblin carry insurance that would cover the event of a motor vehicle accident for any of the transportation that's provided On Location in Red Rocks?
Yes, we do.
Couple more questions here, Mr. Holland. Mr. Lysenko was asking you a lot about a specific time frame around May 2025. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you know approximately how long Ramblin has been working with On Location?
I'm not exactly sure, but I would say at least for several years.
Okay. Does the same relationship go back prior to May 2025?
Yes.
Could you estimate approximately how many years you've been working with On Location?
Again, I don't recall, and there have been different contacts both on our side and On Location side, but I would imagine several years prior to 2025.
Okay. Would it be several years prior to May 2024?
It could be, yes.
Okay. Would it be sometime prior to May 2024?
Yes, I believe so.
And you testified a lot about ownership of vehicles, management of vehicles, insurance of vehicles. Mr. Lysenko asked you about a specific time frame, right?
Yes.
Aside from that time frame that he asked you about, did the same facts exist with regard to ownership, control, insurance prior to May 2025?
Yes.
Did Mr. Lysenko ask you about advertising that On Location may do? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did the same facts exist with regard to your knowledge of On Location's advertising before May 2025?
Yes, nothing's changed.
And so everything you've testified about today, did those same facts exist since at least May of 2024?
Yes, I believe so.
Thank you, Mr. Holland.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Holland. I actually don't have any questions for you. I appreciate you being here today. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Lysenko, did you have another witness to call?
Yes, Your Honor. I would like to call on location Events LLC.
And then one quick question. It's 10:30. I'm good to go another half hour or so, or whatever. Does any party need a break right now? Because I'm happy to take a break if anybody needs a quick brain break or anything.
And Your Honor, just want to let you know it may take a little bit more than half hour because I will be introducing some evidence through this witness.
How about this? How about we take just a quick 10-minute break here, so people can get water or whatever, and let's come back at 10:40. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. Let's go back on the record. All right, I think we're all here. All right, Mr. Lysenko, go ahead and proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just 1 second.
Mhm.
All right, my next witness is On Location Events LLC.
Great, and I understand, is that Mr. Nagel?
Nagel.
Mr.
afternoon.
Nagel, good afternoon. Will you raise your right hand? And do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great, go ahead and proceed. Thank you. Thank you for being here today, Mr. Nagel.
Yes, ma'am. Happy to be here.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Nagel. I've got several questions. What is your full name? And please spell it for the record.
Sure. My name's Brad Nagel. It's Bradnagle.
Thank you. Are you currently employed?
I am.
Who do you work for?
I work for On Location.
What is your current position within the company?
I'm the Senior Director of Program Management for the Music Division.
Got it. And what company do you represent today?
I represent On Location.
What services does On Location provide?
There's a wide variety of services that On Location provides, but On Location's a premium experiential hospitality business. We offer ticketing, curated guest experience, live event production, and travel management services across sports and music.
Got it. How big is the company?
It's very large, much larger than my division or myself.
Got it. What are the largest events that On Location organized?
Sure, On Location is the official hospitality provider for the Olympic Games, and as well as the FIFA World Cup. They also work. The sports division works very closely with the Super Bowl, with NCAA, Final Four, those sorts of things.
Got it. Does On Location events still operate shuttles to Red Rocks program?
Yes.
Does On Location events still owns rrxshuttles.com?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
Yes. Does On Location events still own rrxshuttles.com website?
Yes.
Who manages the Shuttles to Red Rocks program?
Sure. So I have a project manager. His name is Mike Moore. He reports directly up into me. So he is the project manager that lives in Denver and operates the day-to-day.
Got it. And Your Honor, a quick question. Who is pulling up exhibits today? Is it Ms. Boles today?
No, Ms. Crane is the one doing that.
Crane. Okay, got it. Ms. Crane, could you pull up and display exhibit 100, please? And could you please scroll down slowly? Thank you. Mr. Nagel, do you recognize exhibit 100?
Yes.
What is it?
It appears to be our website or screenshots of our website.
Is it .rrxshuttles.com website?
It appears to be.
Got it. Is it the home or main page for that website?
I believe so.
And Ms. Crane, could you just go up just a little bit just to see the disclaimer right here? Thank you. And Mr. Nagel, is that disclaimer On Location as a transportation broker that arranges round-trip transportation, is that disclaimer was there since May 29, 2025?
I do not know. I don't know the day we put it up.
Got it. Do you know by chance when the last update's been made to this website?
We make updates all the time. We're constantly adding shows, and so we could have made an update as soon as yesterday when more shows announced.
Mm-hmm. So, but except the shows, the general information like about us, FAQ and stuff like that, has it been pretty constant on the website?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Your Honor, I would like to offer Exhibit 100 into the evidence.
Yeah, I'll admit it. Mr. Jennings, you did it. I don't think you have any objection, but I want to give you the chance, but go ahead.
Your Honor, we have no objection. I will just note that the parties have not shared exhibits. So, we may need to go a little slower and make sure the witness is familiar, et cetera.
Sure.
We don't object to this exhibit, but we have not seen all the exhibits that Mr. Lysenko has.
Okay. All right. Exhibit 100 is admitted. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Crane, could you please display Exhibit 101? And Mr. Nagel, take your time and just go through the exhibit. And Ms. Crane, could you slowly just scroll down, please? Mr. Nagel, do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
What is it?
It appears to be another page of our website.
Okay. Is it the About page on the same website?
It appears to be.
Got it. Okay. And Your Honor, I would like to offer Exhibit 101 into evidence.
You are muted, Judge.
Sorry about that. Mr. Jennings, any objections?
No objection.
All right. And I will, from here on out, assume that if you have any objection, you will raise it, but I'll give you an opportunity to raise it before I deal with it. So Exhibit 101 is admitted. Thank you.
All right. And Ms. Crane, could you display Exhibit 102, please? And slowly, could you scroll down, please? Thank you. And Mr. Nagel, do you recognize Exhibit 102?
Yes.
What is it?
It appears to be our FAQ page.
On the same website, am I correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, I would like to offer Exhibit 102 into evidence.
I will admit it. Thank you.
Ms. Crane, could you display Exhibit 103, please? Thank you. And please scroll down slowly. Thank you, Ms. Crane. Mr. Nagel, do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
What is it?
It appears to be the page on our website where we show our shuttle stops.
Shuttle stops. Got it. And Ms. Crane, could you go to the first page, please? And scroll down a little bit to the middle. Keep going. Yep, right here. Mr. Nagel, are these listed two stops, Illegal Kids and Thirsty Lion? Am I correct?
That's correct.
Is it where you pick up customers? Am I correct?
It is.
Got it. Where the customers go from those pickup locations?
To the Red Rocks Amphitheater.
Got it. Who chooses those pickup locations?
We do.
Got it. Who chooses the timing when to pick up customers?
We do.
Who chooses the price for the service between those locations and Red Rocks?
We do.
And can a customer buy just one ticket from
Yes.
that location? Got it. Your Honor, I would like to offer Exhibit 103 into evidence.
Admit it.
Ms. Crane, could you pull up Exhibit 104, please? And scroll down, please, slowly. Mr. Nagel, do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, it appears to be a list of events.
List of events. That's the events customers can book the shuttle to, am I correct?
Yes.
Got it. And what is the usual process? They just, how do they book that?
Well, they would go to our website and pick the event and the date that they want, go through and purchase. There's a purchase flow.
Got it. And they choose how many passengers, how many tickets to buy, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, what's the basis for the objection?
Cumulative evidence and duplicative of facts that were established in the first complaint proceeding. I do have some citations to the prior decision, if helpful.
In a prior proceeding. Citations to what?
So, Your Honor, I mean, this is an objection to this line of questioning because Mr. Lysenko.
Citations to what?
Oh, to the decision R250406.
And which case, which proceeding was that?
That was the first complaint, Your Honor, with Chief Ale J. Adams' decision.
And then a question I have for you, Mr. Lysenko, is what is the date of this? It may be on here and it might just be too small for me to see.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, you breaking up. Are you asking me a question?
Yeah, what is the date of this of Exhibit 104? And it might be on there and I just don't see
yes,
it.
the date is in the upper left corner on each page, just right here, May 11th, 26 at 7:53 p.m.
Okay, and so Mr. Jennings, you're saying this is duplicative evidence, even though it's from May 2026?
Yes, Your Honor. So I'll just look at paragraph. I understand that the date is different, but the facts were already established. On Location sells individual tickets for the transportation of passengers through its website, rxxshuttles.com. That's paragraph 55. That was a finding of fact that's already been established.
Established in that proceeding, but why are your object to this line of questioning? Because that fact is you stipulate to that fact here?
We're just objecting that it's cumulative.
I will overrule that objection. So go ahead and proceed, Mr. Lysenko.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Nagel, could you please tell me, so my question was, customers can choose number of tickets that they can purchase, am I correct?
That's correct.
And what happens next? How do you transport those passengers?
Well, they arrive at one of the locations that you showed. Prior to that, they get checked in or given a wristband, verify that they were the purchaser and how many passes they purchased. And then they load up onto a bus and we take them to Red Rocks.
And whose bus is that?
It's either Ace, Express, or Ramblin'.
Okay, so they transport the customers that purchasing tickets here from this webpage, am I correct?
That's correct. They operate the motor coaches that transport the purchasers.
Got it. Your Honor, I would like to offer Exhibit 104 into evidence.
Okay, I'll go ahead and admit it.
Thank you. Ms. Crane, could you pull up Exhibit 105, please? And slowly scroll down, please. And Mr. Nagel, do you recognize this exhibit?
It appears to be a purchase confirmation.
Got it. And do you see the date of this exhibit in the upper left corner?
I do.
Got it. And can we scroll up, please, Ms. Crane, just to the first page, just to take a look again. Is it a purchase confirmation or it's a kind of like a checkout page?
It seems to be the checkout page. So
got it.
Purchase.
And when the customer puts, do you see there is price per ticket? What's the price per ticket? Of
$65.
65. And if we put, so on the right-hand side, is it the place where the customer puts the number of tickets to purchase?
Yes.
And when I put 01 out there, how many tickets I purchase?
1 ticket.
Got it. Your Honor, I would like to offer Exhibit 105 into evidence.
Admitted.
Ms. Crane, could you pull up Exhibit 106, please? And slowly scroll down, please. Mr. Nagel, do you recognize Exhibit 108?
Yes.
I apologize, it's Exhibit 105, am I correct?
I believe it's 106.
106. Can we, Ms. Crane, can we scroll up, please? I just want to see, 106, yes. So do you recognize Exhibit 106?
Yes.
Can you tell me what is it?
It appears to be the final checkout page in the purchase process.
Got it. Is it where the customer provides the credit card information?
Correct.
Got it. And can we scroll up, please? Did you see that all the exhibits that you just reviewed so far, it's all had the Shuttles to Red Rocks logo in it.
I did not notice.
You did not notice it. Got it. But through all those exhibits on every page, you've been using word shuttle a lot. Is it the service you guys offer?
I don't understand the question.
So on each exhibit, there is shuttles, shuttle tickets, shuttle to Red Rocks. There is word shuttle on each page of your website. My question is it the service that On Location advertises on rrxshuttles.com?
Objection, calls for legal conclusion.
I'll allow it. I think this question can be answered without needing to know the legal definition of something.
I don't know how to answer the question.
Okay, can you answer the question, what service does this website advertises?
Transportation.
Transportation. Got it. Let me just go forward. Your Honor, I would like to offer Exhibit 106 into evidence.
Objection, foundation. This witness does not have a foundation for this exhibit.
Your Honor, I believe Mr. Nagel testified.
Go ahead, Mr. Lysenko. Go ahead.
Mr. Nagel testified that this is the same website and it's an actual checkout to provide whether the customer can provide the credit card to purchase the ticket.
I didn't take a specific note, but I do have notes that he did answer those questions with regard to the other exhibits. But I didn't not put a note in. So sorry, I realize I'm not making a lot of sense. I assume that you asked the question about what that is. Mr. Jennings, did you not hear him ask those questions about this exhibit 106?
So, Your Honor, I'm looking at the front page and there is information inserted. It looks like Mr. Lysenko's information or some other email addresses, phone numbers. Mr. Nagel did not testify that he has knowledge of this document that we're looking at on the screen. And so that's why I object for foundation.
Did he not answer the question about whether this was on from the website? Because I didn't take the note one way or the other with regard to this. Mr. Lysenko, did you ask that question?
Yes, I did. And Mr. Nagel, I can re-ask. I can write proper foundation if you allow me. I will ask again.
I assume you did ask the question. As I said, I just didn't put the note down. So I think Mr. Jennings' objection has more to do with what's the information within the forms that are filled out, the responses to the address and whatnot. But that aside, Mr. Nagel did testify then about what this document actually is. So I will go ahead and overrule that objection and admit Exhibit 106.
Ms. Crane, could you pull up Exhibit 107, please? And scroll down, please, slowly. Mr. Nagel, do you recognize this exhibit?
Objection. Foundation. It states Mr. Lysenko's name.
Okay. Remember, I don't need the speaking objection, but he's trying to seek foundation, but he just asked if you recognize this. So overrule.
I don't recognize it directly. It appears to be an order confirmation.
But it appears that's how the usual web confirmation looks like. Am I correct? From your
Sure.
website. Got it. And can we scroll up, please? In this order confirmation, how many tickets being sold?
It appears that one has been sold.
Got it. And the and whose logo at the upper left?
On locations.
Got it. Your Honor, I would like to offer Exhibit 107 into evidence.
Objection, Foundation.
And can you expand on that?
Oh, yes, Your Honor. The issue is not the testimony about how the website generally looks or what the process is. It's about this specific document has not been authenticated and a foundation has not been laid that Mr. Nagel has knowledge of this document.
And Mr. Lysenko, do you have a response to that?
Yes, my question was in the foundation to allow this exhibit admitted into evidence is if it looks as a general web confirmation, not about the specific document information. It's if it looks as a general confirmation from on location that a customer received on the web.
And, I don't know if, Mr. Nagel, a question I have for you is, would somebody be able to get to this point in the website without entering in the required information, as far as you know?
No, ma'am. This would be post-purchase that this particular page came up. So that's the order
Okay.
confirmation.
With that in mind, I will overrule the objection, and for purposes of this, as far as I'm concerned, all the information could be redacted out. This is being offered just to establish the steps in obtaining the shuttle ticket. So I will overrule the objection and allow Exhibit 107 in.
Ms. Crane, could you please pull up Exhibit 108? And scroll down slowly, please. Mr. Nagel, do you recognize Exhibit 108?
Yes.
What is it?
It appears to be a ticket for a ride.
That's what how the customer receives that ticket?
By email.
Via email. Got it. Can we go up, please? Okay. And this specific ticket, what pickup location it been purchased from?
Union Station.
Got it. And can we scroll down, please? And how many tickets been purchased?
It appears one.
One. Got it. Thank you, Mr. Nagel. Your Honor, I would like to offer Exhibit 108 into evidence.
Same objection, Your Honor. Foundation and lack of authentication as to this document.
Again, Mr. Nagel, the question I have for you is an individual allowed to get a ticket without inputting the specific information?
No, ma'am. This is post-purchase.
Sure. And like the last exhibit, from my perspective, all of the specific identifying information could be redacted out. So I'll overrule this objection.
Thank you. Mr. Nagel, does on location still advertises tickets for individual tickets for transportation to red drugs?
Asked and answered.
Can you repeat the question, Mr. Lysenko?
Yes. Does on location still advertises tickets for shuttles to Red Rocks for individual transportation, individual seat tickets for transportation to Red Rocks.
And objection to that, I'll sustain that. That has been asked and answered.
Got it. Mr. Nagel, has the website been live every day since May 29th, 2025?
To my knowledge.
And since May 29th, 2025, has rrxshuttles.com always been a public website?
To my knowledge.
Is this website the only place on location advertises individual tickets for transportation to Red Rocks?
It's not.
Okay, what other places?
We're the official provider for the official ticketing outlets. So we also sell tickets via access.com, which is the ticketing platform that the venue uses, and either of the promoters.
Access. And when you mentioned official ticketing provider, what does it mean?
It means we're the only provider that's that sells tickets via their website, via the official ticketing purchase flow.
Got it. Are you aware if Red Rocks works with the access as well or not?
Well, they're the official ticketing provider for the venue. So if you sell tickets to Red Rocks, you sell them through Access.
Got it. Other customers can purchase your shuttle ticket in addition to the show ticket from the access.
That's correct.
Got it. And do you know if to get to access, can the customers go to the main official redrocksonline.com website and purchase the ticket for the show, and then in addition add up the transportation to the show from you guys?
Presumably, you can typically get ticket links through venue websites.
Got it. Have you ever discussed this advertisement with vendor art and venues?
Which advertisement?
At AXS.
Have we discussed it with them? No, because we do it through the promoter.
Got it.
They are aware that we do it, but we do it through the promoter.
Got it. And they never mentioned anything to you, or never asked for the permit. Am I correct?
That's correct. We've worked with Red Rocks for a long time.
Got it. And who do you work with at Denver Art and Venues?
We work with a variety of staff members that operate the Red Rocks venue.
Okay. Can you name a few?
We work typically with John Scheck. He's the events manager. And then my team, every couple of years it changes, but we work with people that operate Argus and the coordinators and that sort of thing. We was Steve Jorgensen for a long time, and John Scheck is one of our primary contacts now.
Got it. Ms. Crane, could you pull up exhibit 110, please? And could you scroll down, please? Mr. Nagel, do you recognize this exhibit?
I do.
What is it?
Appears to be the Axis purchasing page.
Got it. Can we go up, please? And just to available offers, Ms. Crane, can we scroll down right here? So am I correct? It appears that customer can purchase the show ticket. That's the first offer. And the last offer, they can purchase transportation to Red Rocks with you guys. Am I correct?
That's
Objection,
correct.
Your Honor, to the form of the questioning in terms of this is Mr. Lysenko's direct case. He's not cross-examining Mr. Nagel.
Sustained. Mr. Lysenko, can you reframe the question so it's more open-ended, not as yes, no?
Got it. Mr. Nagel, can the customer purchase the show ticket on this web page?
Yes.
Can they purchase a shuttle to Red Rocks pass from one location from this web page?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would like to offer Exhibit 109, 110 into the evidence.
Okay, admitted. Thank you.
Ms. Crane, could you please pull up Exhibit 111? 111, yes, please. And slowly scroll down, please. Thank you. And can we go to the first page? Mr. Nagel, do you recognize this exhibit?
I do.
What is it?
It appears to be the Axis website page for the shuttle service.
Got it. Is it the on locations shuttles to Red Rocks description on this exhibit?
It's a description of the service that we provide.
Yes. Can we scroll down, please? A little bit just to the description. And what are two pickup locations listed here?
The same ones aforementioned, Union Station and Illegal Pete's.
Got it. And Your Honor, I would like to offer Exhibit 110 into evidence.
I believe this is
111.
111.
111 into evidence.
Judge, I don't think your answer got on the record.
I apologize. My mouse, the batteries may be dying here. I apologize for that. Admitted. Thank you.
Ms. Crane, could you pull up Exhibit 112, please? And it seems like it's a exhibit, one-page exhibit. Mr. Nagel, do you recognize this exhibit?
Not specifically.
Got it. That's no problem. Ms. Crane, could you please pull up Exhibit 113? Mr. Nagel, do you recognize this exhibit?
Not specifically.
Got it. Thank you, Mr. Nagel. I'll just go to my next questions that I have. So, Ms. Crane, if you want to, you can just close for now the exhibits. Thank you. Ms. Crane, can you pull up exhibit 100? I just had a quick question about that exhibit. And can we scroll down to a disclaimer, brokerage disclaimer? Just scroll down. Just right here. Thank you. So, Mr. Nagel, on this disclaimer, it says, if you have any questions or concerns regarding your transportation experience, please contact us and we will promptly connect with our local transportation providers. Is it what the customers usually do? Do they reach out to on location with the questions or concerns?
Always.
Always. What about in the event of accident? Who would they reach out to?
Well, they would reach out to us, and then we would work with our vendors to figure out what happened and go from there.
Got it. Is the insurance available for a claim directly when they reach out to you?
Well, On Location and the vendors, carry a wide variety of insurance. On Location is extremely well insured, as our vendors are as well.
So does the insurance carry all the liability insurance for the passengers that it sells ticket for?
Asked and answered.
Can you repeat the question?
Yes. Does the on location carries all the liability insurance for passengers that purchasing these tickets?
I'll overrule the objection and I'll allow this.
I don't know.
Got it. So is that seems they need to contact you and you can open a claim with the ACE or Ramblin' Express. Am I correct or not?
Objection to form a question.
Yes, can you rephrase that, Mr. Lysenko, so it's not yes, no?
Okay. Who customers contact with the concerns about the insurance?
Concerns about insurance?
Yes.
Our guest services team is the first contact for any purchaser of our product. So whatever questions or issues they have, the first email is to get our guest services team.
And they directly contact ACE or Ramblin' Express?
It depends on the scenario.
I apologize. Can they or not?
Can our guest services team?
No, can your customers contact ACE or Ramblin' Express directly for the insurance?
They could if they wanted to.
How do they know that ACE or Ramblin' providing service?
The bus says ACE or Ramblin' on the side.
Okay, and if they didn't pay attention to that, is there any place on the website that it says that ACE or Ramblin' Express providing that service?
I'm not sure.
Okay, do you know if ACE or Ramblin' listed anywhere on the website?
I don't know.
Did you ever discuss that with ACE or Ramblin' Express?
I don't know.
Got it. But you personally, did you ever discuss?
Nope.
Got it. Mr. Nagel, did you hear testimony from Ace and Ramblin representatives today?
I did.
Did you hear Mr. Davis saying that Ace didn't ask on location to advertise their service at your website?
I did.
Did you hear Mr. Holland saying that Ramblin did not ask advertise their service either at your website?
I did.
So whose individual seat tickets this website advertises?
I don't understand the question.
Okay, whose tickets out there that you guys selling?
Objection.
I mean,
Confusing question.
It's a pretty clear question. Who backs up those tickets? Whose tickets sold on this website?
Yeah, I didn't think it was a confusing question. So if Mr. Nagel, if you need some clarification, that's fine, but I'll overrule the objection.
we sell the tickets on location.
So is it on locations tickets?
Sure.
Mr. Nagel, on your answer to complaint, you admitted that on location does not have the certificate from PUC. Has it changed since then? Have you received the certificate from the PUC since answering that, providing an answer to the complaint?
Objection. Legal conclusion. Referencing a complaint. Mr. Nagel's here as a fact witness.
I'll overrule the objection. He can answer to the extent he knows whether they have a permit from the PUC.
I don't understand the timeline aspect, but we do not have a permit from the PUC.
Thank you. Just 1 second, Your Honor. I'm just going through my notes real quick.
Sure.
And Mr. Nagel, I'm not sure if I asked or not, but when you order charter buses from Ace and Ramblin Express, do you pay on per bus, per time, per trip?
It's per bus.
Per bus. Got it. And number of passengers doesn't make any difference or changes in the price, am I correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever pass the list of individual customers who booked the service with you to Ace or Ramblin Express?
No.
Got it. And quick question about, did you work with Mr. Jennings about answer to the complaint or somebody else?
Privilege. Legal conclusion.
Can you repeat the question, Mr. Lysenko?
Yes, my question was if Mr. Nagel personally worked with Mr. Jennings answering the providing answers to the complaint.
And it's a question about what Mr. Nagel spoke
Mr.
to.
Jennings, I don't need clarification on, he could answer yes or no without divulging any sort of privileged information. So I'm going to overrule it, but I don't need clarification on an objection unless I ask for it.
No,
Who did?
I don't know.
Do you represent On Location today?
I'm employed by On Location.
Got it. It sounded like you at the level of, at the management level. Am I correct?
Correct.
Got it. So my question is, if you know, just 1 second. Today, you testified that your website sells individual tickets. Am I correct?
Asked and answered.
I'll sustain that.
Okay. My question is, did On Location denied allegation in regards to selling individual tickets on the website and chartering buses from Ace and Ramblin' Express at their answer to a complaint?
Legal conclusion and privileged.
You know, Mr. Lysenko, I didn't actually understand what the actual question was there. Can you ask it again?
Yes. The question is, I just want to check if Mr. Nagel knows if the allegations at the answer to the complaint was denied. That
Okay. Okay, I'll overrule the objection. He can answer to the extent he knows.
I don't know.
Got it. And Your Honor, this is the time when I will need to offer exhibits 200, 201, and 202 into evidence. And I'm not sure if Mr. Valentine got a chance to review those documents. Probably not, since it's been scheduled for a lunch break. So I'm not sure what to do.
Let's see here. So, are those the only questions you have left for Mr. Nagel? The questions pertaining to those exhibits?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then is Mr. Nagel your final witness, or were you going to testify?
No, I will be testifying as well.
Well, I actually seek the parties' input. I'm okay with breaking right now, but if the parties want to approach this in a more unconventional way and get what we can out of the way before doing that portion, I welcome inputs. Mr. Lysenko, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, definitely. We can go forward and then come back to Mr. Nagel after the lunch.
And Mr. Jennings, do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, just a thought, Your Honor. I'll just kind of summarize again what those documents are. 201 is a contract between On Location and Ramblin' Express. 201 is a contract between On Location and Ace. 202 are invoices and records about the service. And so I think we've actually covered everything in testimony in terms of establishing the facts. And so that's what's changed since this morning, Your Honor. We did go through, Mr. Lysenko called 3 witnesses. On Location, Ramblin' and Ace. The facts are what they are with respect to the parties have contracts. Here's how the service works. And so we don't necessarily think that, well, we renew our objection, as Your Honor knows, but that's what's changed since this morning, is that Mr. Lysenko has been able to establish the facts that are applicable to those three documents.
I do appreciate that. I think the one issue is Mr. Lysenko hasn't had the opportunity yet to review the redacted documents. And so at this point, it's sort of a just trust me scenario. You have what you need. But I take to heart what you're saying. How I imagine this hasn't happened. Has Mr. Valentine, and because we talked about him doing it over the lunch break, so there's no suggestion that he should have. Has he had an opportunity yet, as far as you know, to review the documents redactions at this point?
Not yet, Your Honor.
Sure, no, and that I understand that wasn't the plan. I just wanted to double check on that before proceeding. But I would like, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Your Honor. I mean, perhaps we can ask what Mr. Lysenko hopes to demonstrate by introducing these contracts and this
Sure, although he
information.
doesn't, he may not know. I do think that, and I'm happy to ask that, but I also want to keep in mind that he hasn't had the opportunity to even see the redacted versions of the documents, and so but that is a good place to start. So Mr. Lysenko, do you know what it is that you hope to get from those documents?
Yes, there are several things which can be, those documents can be useful. So I will need to check the documents, redacted documents first, to see if I see those things up there.
Okay. And I think that is fair as well at this point. So, Mr. Jennings, are you okay with having sort of breaking things up and having Mr. Nagel stop right now, having Mr. Lysenko testify, then breaking for lunch, and then having Mr. Nagel come back, understanding it's possible that Mr. Lysenko will not have a need to even try to get the documents into evidence, and also understanding, I understand the documents may not come into evidence, one step at a time here. But Mr. Jennings, what are your thoughts on that approach?
Yes, Your Honor, that works.
Okay, so then how about we do this, Mr. Nagel? Thank you so much for your time. We'll call you back, but for now we'll release you and have Mr. Lysenko testify, and then we'll have you come back in a while to potentially to complete the testimony.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you for your time, and I appreciate your flexibility here with us. So Mr. Lysenko, can I ask you about how long you anticipate you'll be to testify?
It's probably going to be longer than 20 minutes, but we can stop and take a break for lunch if we need to. But it's going to be longer.
Okay, and this really, it's scheduled to conclude at 1. So I understand we may not get there, but I do want parties to keep that in mind, that this has been noticed from 9 to 1. So why don't we have Mr. Lysenko, why don't you raise your right hand? And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
Okay, go ahead, and as you know, you don't need that.
Yes, my name is Roman. And I apologize, Your Honor, you muted, but it sounds like I'm good to go. My name is Roman Lysenko, and I can spell last name Lysenko, and I'm the complainant in this case. I did prepare the exhibits 100 through 108, and that's been admitted today. It was the On Location Events LLC website. Me personally, I went online, downloaded. They never been altered or corrected. I was the one who purchased the ticket from On Location's website. The purchase process showed on the exhibits 104 through 108. And then once I complete the purchase, the exhibit 107, which shows my web confirmation that I purchased the ticket. It was one ticket from Union Station, and I purchased it on May 11th for the May 12th show. And on the exhibit 108, this is the exhibit I received into my email. That's the actual shuttle ticket that I received from On Location's website when I purchased the ticket. It was one ticket at the time of the check-in on May 12th. I show up at the pickup location. They, as usual, On Location been distributing wristbands, and I didn't know anyone in the crowd. Then everybody just loaded the bus and went to the Red Rocks. So I did not go to the Red Rocks, though I didn't board the bus. So few other things. Let me just go through the exhibits. Some of the exhibits never been offered. One second. Ms. Crane, can you pull up exhibit 109, please? This exhibit prepared by me. I'm the one who went online. This is the official redrocksonline.com website. That's where you can get tickets for Red Rocks. And it seems like Red Rocks works with the AXS to sell tickets. And this is the show for May 21st. The specific show, you can buy tickets from the Red Rocks website. And I did prepare this exhibit, and Your Honor, I offer this exhibit into evidence.
Your Honor, may I? Well, I'll object on relevance grounds. This looks like a concert.
I will overrule it on the objection grounds. This to me is what ties to what Mr. Nagel was testifying about the process. So I'll admit exhibit 109.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. And Ms. Crane, could you pull up exhibit 110, please? So, and Your Honor, this is again, once you click on book tickets or buy tickets at the Red Rocks website, you can actually, this is the second page where you can choose a ticket for the show, and you can add up shuttle service from On Location. Ms. Crane, can we scroll down, please? This is the web page from AXS, and both Red Rocks and the Red Rocks Amphitheater, which is Denver Art and Venues, and the On Location uses AXS. So you can purchase at the same time show ticket, which is in the upper left corner, and at the lower right corner, you can add on transportation to the venue as well. And Ms. Crane, could we go up, please? I did inspected this website on May 11th. At 8:16 p.m. It's in the upper left corner, and this is exhibit 110. It's already been admitted into evidence. But I just want to point out that I was the one who created and inspected this exhibit. And Ms. Crane, can we please go to the exhibit 111? And the exhibit 111 been prepared by me, and the website was inspected by me again. I downloaded it, never been altered. And this is when you click read more about the shuttle offer. This is the information from On Location. Ms. Crane, can we scroll down a little bit to the description? I prepared this exhibit, and as we can see at the bottom, there is the same disclaimer that on location arranges from trip transportation with the local third-party providers. And it's again, it says that if you have at the bottom, if you have any questions or concerns or complaints regarding your transportation experience, please contact us, and we will promptly resolve the matter with our local transportation providers. So it sounds like I need to contact on location, and on location will reach out to the local service providers. This exhibit been prepared by me, and I inspected this web page. That's the Access web page, and this exhibit already been admitted into the evidence. Then, Ms. Crane, can we pull up exhibit 112, please? So this is the exhibit that Mr. Nagel testified that he didn't recognize this ticket, which is completely okay. I did prepare this exhibit, and this is the web page. It's actual checkout. That's where you can choose the number of passengers or number of tickets that you purchased from AXS, from Shuttles to Red Rocks program. You can choose you can go as low as to one number, and as we can see, it's showing two pickup locations, Thirsty Lion at Union Station again, and the Legal Pits at Colfax in Denver. This exhibit, this web page, Access web page, been inspected by me on May 11th, 2026. There is a date in the upper left corner, and I do offer this exhibit into evidence.
May I ask, Gunnar, is there like a header that shows, is it a website that we're looking at?
Can we scroll down, Ms. Crane, please? At the bottom, usually it shows where the website comes exact address. So there is at the lower bottom, there is AXS.com, tickets at AXS.com website. And this is the logo and footer from the web page.
No, thank you. No objection.
Admitted.
And Ms. Crane, could you pull up exhibit 113, please? And this exhibit, again, been prepared by me. It's never been altered. I downloaded it, and I inspect this web page on May 11th, 2026. In the upper left corner, there is a date. And this page is the actual checkout page at AXS, where you provide the credit card information when you purchase in Shuttles to Red Rocks offer. Ms. Crane, could you scroll down, please, to show the footer and the exact web page address? Yep. And can we just go down a little more, just to see a second page? And could you go up, please? So to me, it seems like the tickets available for purchase, and you can buy as many as available, and you can go down even to like one individual ticket, which is at this page, it seems like it advertises at $70 per ticket. So the will call information at the delivery option listing. Ms. Crane, can we zoom in the email address in the middle of the page? Just, yes, right here. So the email address, who to contact and reach out, is the RRX Shuttles at onlocation.com email address, which is on location email. Your Honor, I would like to offer exhibit into evidence. Exhibit 113 into evidence.
Admitted.
Okay, let me make sure all exhibits are admitted. Got it. And let me just. Your Honor, Ms. Crane, can you pull up exhibit 122, please? This is the transcript of the hearing, evidentiary hearing from the second proceeding that unlocation was involved. And this is the exhibit. I requested that exhibit from the court recorder. I prepared it and marked it. And this is the exhibit I would like to introduce into the showing that the unlocations just one second. Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor, please disregard that. Ms. Crane, can you just remove the exhibit 122? We don't need to offer into evidence. Let me double check. I would like to, I've been involved in transportation business, me personally as well. And I had the intrastate, interstate transportations, and I've been working with the interstate and intrastate brokers. And I would like to testify on my personal knowledge working with the different types of brokers. Like, for example, when we're working with the intrastate brokers.
Yeah, objection, relevance.
Mr. Lysenko, do you have a response to that objection?
No, Your Honor.
I'm inclined. Why don't you do an offer of proof just quickly about what this portion of your testimony, generally what you intend to prove, or what the nature of this next portion of your testimony is?
To show the the difference between the intrastate and interstate brokerage service that we usually work with, and who carries the liability on the intrastate and interstate brokerage.
Okay, I will overrule the objection and I will allow this. I do think that's relevant to today's proceedings.
So when we work usually with the intrastate brokers, they just simply advertise our service. They advertise our service in general, and they never advertise its own service. Like for example, the difference from interstate transportation, where in the interstate transportation, there is a specific brokerage rules, and the brokers needs to carry own insurance. They need to do all recordings for the number of passengers, who is transporting, and the most important, that the brokerage firm needs to carry own insurance that always available to a customer directly if something happens. And then later on, the brokerage firm can file that insurance against the carrier itself for interstate transportation, for charter bus service, for example. So in the intrastate transportation within the state, when we work with the brokers, PUC does not require brokers to carry the insurance, the same as the PUC does not require, does not allow brokers to convert the service. So they simply just resell somebody else's service, and the insurance, like for example, our insurance, always we the ones who are responsible in case something happens. So that's just my personal knowledge of the brokerage and the difference in the difference between intrastate and interstate brokerage. I've, by inspecting the website for unlocation shuttles to Red Rocks, I did notice that the unlocation, it seems to me like it does not broker the service from Ace and Ramblin Express, because they would sell charter bus service, but they actually advertise on that website something else, something different.
Objections, legal conclusions.
Overruled.
Just testifying from my personal knowledge, what it seems like to me when I inspected the website.
I overruled. Go ahead.
Okay, so when I inspected the website, rrxshuttles.com and the AXS offer, to me it seems like unlocation does not resell Ramblin Express or Ace Express charter bus service. It actually sells something else. Like if I would sell taxi service, but then I would just arrange the luxury limousine service, for example, which is not allowed, which is completely different services. So, which is fine for interstate transportation. You can sell individual tickets and pack people to the charter buses. But again, for interstate transportation, the broker requires to have own insurance, which is available all the time to customers. For intrastate, and we're talking today about intrastate, which is from downtown Denver to Red Rocks. In the intrastate transportation, the broker simply just sells somebody else's service. And to me, it did cut my eye that unlocation did not do that simply on the website from checking the website, and I filed a complaint. Another thing which caught my eye by checking the website, that's that the term that contact us and we will contact them, the charter bus providers. So the issue with that, what I've noticed is what if the website for unlocation disappears? If the driver fell asleep, bus catch on fire, there are 56 passengers died in that bus, and the unlocations rrxshuttles.com disappears on that day, pretty much 30 minutes after. Is the can passengers make a claim directly with the Ace and Ramblin Express? Does Ace knows about customers being on board if they, as Mr. Nagel testified today, does the Ace and Ramblin Express receive data from unlocation? Who was there? How many people? What's the names, first and last name? As the Mr. Nagel testified today, unlocation does not share that information with Ace. Can the passenger prove that he was actually on that bus? The issue right here is much more than just, there is a bigger safety issue right here, that the insurance not available to customers right away. And we need to rely on the unlocation and kind of believe that unlocation never gonna remove that website in case of the accident, and they will carry liability, and then they will send that to the unlocate and make that claim through ACE and Ramblin Express. But but the PUC cannot allow such operation. We like PUC must control and must actually work on the public safety side. So
Objection.
by allowing,
This is not relevant factual testimony. It's Mr. Lysenko's argument in his version of the case.
I will allow it. This is how we typically handle proceedings when individuals, you're allowed to provide a narrative of your perspective of things. And so I'll allow this.
okay. And Your Honor, will we have the closing arguments at the end of it, or statement of positions or not?
Yes, we can have closing arguments, or if the parties prefer to have written statements of position, we can do that as well.
Got it. That makes sense. And yes, just to save time, I will save the arguments for the closing arguments or statement of position. I do understand that it's kind of 12 o'clock, and this is all my testimony today. And Your Honor, I'm ready for the cross-examination.
Great, thank you, Mr. Jennings.
Thank you, Your Honor. I will try to be quite brief. We have a few exhibits. Mr. Lysenko, you've testified about your experience in the transportation industry, right?
Yes.
And tell us about that experience.
I just operated a couple transportation companies in the past.
Okay. Are you the owner of Mountain Star Transportation, LLC?
Yes.
Are you the sole owner of the company?
Mountain Star, yes.
And in May 2024, did Mountain Star file a complaint against On Location, Ace, and Ramblin?
Yes.
Ms. Crean, could you please pull up Exhibit 203? Thank you. And we can just scroll through. And Mr. Lysenko, I'm going to ask you if you're familiar with this document.
Got it. And Your Honor, I would like to start with the, so we didn't go too far with the objection on relevance. And I'm not in a, it's not the direct examination from Mr. Jennings, it's a cross. And I did not testify about the prior proceedings.
Sure, Mr. Jennings, what is your response to that objection?
Your Honor, yes, we could ask about it now or call Mr. Lysenko after the break.
Well, and that, Mr. Lysenko, that was actually where I was headed with this as well, which is that a lot of times in these types of proceedings, you are correct that this is not within the scope of your direct testimony. However, Mr. Jennings could then just turn around and call you as a witness and provide direct examination. And so under these circumstances, I will allow the broader questions. As it relates to relevance, I'll allow it for now. You're welcome to make another relevance objection if a particular question seems irrelevant to you.
Got it. Your Honor, and just a quick question. Did Mr. Jennings subpoena the witness or notified the witness that he will be the direct examined in this proceeding?
Sure. And no, but we didn't follow those sorts of, we didn't have those sorts of requirements. A lot of times we might have specific requirements about that, but I don't recall that we had an exchange of exhibits and witness lists provided to each other before today. Is that correct?
Got it. That is correct.
And because you're here and you're testifying, he could call you and wouldn't need to subpoena you because you are here testifying. So, but again, if you can ask, you can object to a specific question again, but I will allow him to go beyond the scope of the cross. or
Got
of the
it.
direct, rather, excuse me.
Understood, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Crane, do you mind just scrolling through, and then you can go to the last page? Thank you. Mr. Lysenko, is this your name on the last couple pages of the document that we just scrolled through?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the document that we've just been looking at?
In general, yes.
Can you tell us what it is?
Can we go up, please? Is it the complaint from Mountain Star Transportation? Yes, it is a formal complaint.
And did you file this complaint at the PUC?
I did.
Okay. Your Honor, we would move for admission of Exhibit 203.
I don't have an issue with that, although this is listed as proceeding 26F-0072CP. I think that header may be incorrect.
And Your Honor,
Oh, wait. One was, I think I forgot, they have very similar proceeding numbers, don't they? So this is the most, okay, never mind. I take back my confusion. Admitted.
and Your Honor, just I was trying to make an objection
I
on
apologize.
admissibility. Is the previous pleadings and records admissible as the exhibits in the current proceedings? For me, there is they already on the record, and Mr. Jennings can always ask for the administrative notice on those documents. So they already been there. I'm not sure if we need to. It's cumulative, I guess.
I appreciate your point. You know, it's interesting you ask that because parties frequently put their actual pleadings from their cases exhibits, and they really don't need to be doing that because they're actually already a part of the file. But yes, we can admit this as an exhibit. Did you have an objection to that aside from your question about it?
Yes, it was objection that it's going to be repetitive and cumulative in this proceeding.
Well, I will overrule that objection. I'm able to give all of these exhibits the weight that they're worth. So I can go ahead and take an exhibit in and then evaluate it as to what weight to give it. So it's admitted.
And Mr. Lysenko, in this first complaint proceeding, did you act as the owner and the authorized agent of Mountain Star Transportation?
Yes, I did.
And did you personally testify at 2 hearings in that proceeding? Do you remember that?
Yes, I did. I do remember.
Okay. Ms. Crane, could you please pull up Exhibit 204? And if you wouldn't mind scrolling through and going towards the last page. Are you familiar with this document, Mr. Lysenko, as we're scrolling through here?
Yes. Is it the second formal complaint?
Yes. Is that your name that's appearing on the last couple pages here?
Yes,
And did you file this second complaint at the PUC?
yes, I did.
Your Honor, we would ask for admission of Exhibit 204.
No
Admitted.
objection.
Oh, thank you. Admitted.
Okay. Mr. Lysenko, just a few other questions. You have testified about your experience in the industry. When did Mountain Star start providing transportation in Colorado?
Like in 2011, probably somewhere around that.
When did you start providing transportation to Red Rocks?
I mean, we've been doing it since 2011 as a luxury limousine company.
Okay. When did you first become aware of on-location events?
Probably when I like quite like a little before I filed the first complaint. I'm not sure when was it. Like if we can just go the date, I believe it was filed in 2024. So sometimes at the like end of the 2023, maybe, or like beginning of 2024.
Okay. So you weren't aware of them from 2011 to when?
Yeah, I didn't know about on location since 2011 till I'm not sure, like 2023, let's say that. Just
Okay.
roughly.
2023. It would have been before you filed your first complaint, though, in May 2024. Is that right?
Yes, I would become aware of them a little before, yes, that complaint.
Okay. Prior to filing your first complaint, did you contact PUC staff regarding any concerns with on location's compliance?
I don't remember. I did though, like I did contact it, but I'm not sure if it was prior or after.
So you're not sure if you contacted PUC staff before you filed your first complaint?
Yes, I'm not sure.
Did you contact PUC staff after you filed your first complaint?
Well, like I said, I did contact it, but they, I'm not sure if it was before or after. So that's I'm pretty bad with the dates, going a couple days, couple years past.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if it was before or after, but I did contact the PUC.
Okay. So in the period, you filed your second complaint in June 2025, is that right?
Yes, I mean, document speaks for itself. I don't remember if we can open up the document. We can just see the date.
Do you know if PUC staff opened an investigation or any type of enforcement proceeding with on location?
I have no idea.
Before you filed your third complaint, so the one today,
Mm-hmm.
did you contact PUC staff during the second complaint before you filed your third complaint?
I did contact it, but I'm not sure through which proceeding it was. Was it before the first one, during the first one, or in the middle of probably not in the middle of the second. So I did not contact in the middle, like through the second proceeding, I did not contact the PUC.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. And I don't have any questions either, Mr. Lysenko. So at this time, I assume, Mr. Lysenko, aside from Mr. Nagel, that was your last witness.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. So it's only just those three exhibits that we need to introduce.
Okay, why don't we do this? It's a quarter after 12. Mr. Valentine, I don't know if you're listening in still actively, but how long do you think you need to review the documents?
Probably
Understanding
about,
you haven't seen them, but go
yeah,
ahead.
probably, I don't know, 15 minutes.
Okay. Can we reconvene everybody at 12:45? Is that enough time for everyone? Mr. Lysenko, does that work for you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Jennings?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Valentine?
Yeah, that should
Seems like we're-
suffice. Thank you.
Okay, why don't we come back then at 1 second. I just want to make sure okay, yes, let's come back at 12:45. Thank you, everyone.
Fucking hell.
Tracy, are you good to go?
Yes, I am ready.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, we are back on the record in proceeding number 26F-0072CP. Looks like we're all here. Where we left off was we took a lunch break and Mr. Valentine was going to review some redactions that had been made by Mr. Jennings related to some exhibits, some documents rather, that Mr. Lysenko had subpoenaed. And Mr. Jennings, do you have what's the word on all of this?
I hopefully Mr. Valentine got what I sent, and so I'll let Mr. Valentine let us know.
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. I did get the documents and I have reviewed them. And the two exhibits numbered 200 and 201 are what are called master services agreements between On Location and Ace and Ramblin, respectively. And those documents are the broad sort of general outlines of the relationship between On Location and those two companies, and the expectations of each, the allocations of risk between the two, and many of the sort of typical terms that you find in a commercial contract that really are between the two contract signers. We don't think that Mr. Lysenko should have access to either of those two master services agreements because they are highly confidential. Those are the allocations of risk and so
I've
forth.
already ruled on this. I'm just asking about, has all of the highly confidential information been redacted? Mr. Jennings didn't file a motion, and you're not a party to this case. I do understand you have an interest, but
yeah, and I don't mean to try to contradict you, Your Honor. I mean, if you're saying, I mean, if so, to your direct question, I don't think that all of the highly confidential material has been redacted, because I think that the two documents each are highly confidential in their entirety. You know, and there's ample commission
okay,
case
I'm going to
law.
stop you. I'm pretty irritated. Mr. Jennings, you should have filed a motion if you had an issue with these, and you can put the blame on Mr. Lysenko for issuing a subpoena. You didn't do anything prior to this hearing to alert me as to any potential issues with this. I've asked you told me earlier today, Mr. Jennings, that you had gone through and redacted all the highly confidential information.
Well,
and now, don't interrupt me. And I'm not even addressing you, Mr. Valentine, right now. I'm talking to Mr. Jennings about this. It seems to me that you're trying to delay this proceeding by not alerting me to a potential issue. And this hearing was supposed to end at 1 o'clock, and we haven't even ended the direct case portion of this, in part because we've taken numerous breaks about these things. And so what more, Mr. Jennings, needs to be redacted from this? Did you come up with a determination, Mr. Jennings, about this during the break?
No, Your Honor. We have brought the documents that are responsive to the subpoena, and we have redacted what we believe is appropriate. And I shared those with Mr. Valentine during the break.
And you didn't have a discussion with him about further redactions, specific items to be redacted?
We did not have an opportunity to discuss that.
Then why did you tell me that you were going to have enough time with 30 minutes? Did you not anticipate that he may have further redactions? This isn't a rhetorical question. What was the purpose of that 30-minute break from your perspective?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I provided the documents to Mr. Valentine, and before we went back on the record at 12:45, we didn't have an opportunity to discuss the details.
How much time do you need to discuss the details?
Mr. Valentine, how long would you like to look at the documents further?
So, Judge, I guess what I would say at this point is that the most sensitive material, and this is what I was going to get to, has been removed. And so if Your Honor is ruling that these documents are not worthy of protection from Mr. Lysenko, we'll admit the redacted documents. But it will be our position that this sort of contract is just not properly put into
Sure.
the hands. Okay,
But
so
you're
that's
not
what
a
I want.
party to this case,
That's-
and I've
that's-
already made that determination.
I
Okay.
understand that. I understand that. So that's our position. Now, there's also the question of Exhibit 203, which
Okay.
is 75 pages of scope of work invoices. And I think, again, that if Your Honor is inclined to, stick with your decision, and I get that, the most sensitive information has been redacted, and that's what I would say.
Okay, and I do appreciate that. And I appreciate that you were just sort of brought into this today, but the parties didn't alert me to a potential issue before the hearing. And so it seems to me to be an exercise in delay at this point, and that is why it is frustrating to me. So they're not admitted yet. At this point, they're just going to be shared with Mr. Lysenko as redacted. But Mr. Jennings, before we do that, did you have any further thoughts on I believe, and by the way, I think it's Exhibit 202, not 203, the larger one. I think 203 is the first.
That's
Okay.
right, Your Honor.
Okay. So why don't we with regard to exhibits 200 and 201, will you provide Mr. Lysenko or file into Box the redacted versions so he can review them? I can do an in-camera review of exhibit 202. Do I have only the confidential version uploaded? Is that all that has been uploaded into Box?
Yes, Your Honor. In our party folder is 200, 201, and 202. And again, we didn't try to do anything other than we have complied with the subpoena and brought the redacted documents today. We honestly didn't anticipate, the length of time we would be spending on this. Mr. Nagel is here and he has knowledge of those documents, and we're happy to follow Your Honor's rulings.
Okay, well, give me until 1 o'clock and we'll do a check-in. Let me take a look at this exhibit 202 for a moment. So let's go off the record while I review exhibit 202.
Sorry, just to jump in quickly, I don't, Judge, you don't have access to the party folders. Only the party has access to their specific folder, so Mr. Lysenko also won't be able to get it from there. I can move it into, so Mr. Lysenko also won't have access to that folder, so he won't be able to get it from there either.
Right.
We can email them.
Right. Yeah, no, and so however you wish to proceed for exhibits 200 and 201. How do you suggest that, April?
Either the parties can email them to each other. I can put it into the hearing folder, which everyone has access to. But we usually don't add exhibits to there until they've been shown.
I don't think I understand shown to whom.
Or until they've been displayed on screen, during the hearing. We usually don't add exhibits to that folder. So usually in this situation, parties would email exhibits, and I can email you the confidential exhibits.
Okay, so Mr. Jennings should email then Mr. Lysenko exhibits 200 and 201. Is that what you're saying? Maybe I misunderstood.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. All right, and now let's go off the record while I take a look at this other document. Thanks. Okay, it is 1:05. Just want to see if everybody is available. Here we go. So thank you. I did take a look at this document here, this 202, but Mr. Jennings, I have a few questions for the parties here. What was the nature of your conferral with Mr. Lysenko about these documents?
Your Honor, we were gathering the documents up until yesterday, and then I conferred with Mr. Lysenko the fact that here's what we've uploaded. Here's exactly what the documents are, the name, title, the number of pages, the exhibits that we have marked them as, and that we reserve the right to object to the introduction of the exhibits at the hearing. So in our mind, again, I didn't expect this to take this much of the hearing today as well. We have prepared the redacted versions of the documents, and
You did not provide those to him.
No, I did not, because the subpoena said to bring them to today's hearing.
Okay. And you don't want to give him the redacted versions, is that correct?
That's our position, Your Honor.
I know, but did you explain this to him? I know you said you reserved the right to object to their admission into evidence, but did you explain what was the nature of that conferral about the issues you had with providing the documents?
I did not go into that level of detail, Your Honor. It's an objection to the introduction of evidence at the hearing.
It is more than that, though, because you have not shared the redacted versions with him. You just brought them to hearing. And I know you didn't, so it appears that you didn't seek to work out any potential issues you have with the confidentiality prior to the hearing. Is that correct?
So we have redacted them in accordance with Mr. Lysenko's instructions in his subpoena.
Right. Did you discuss with him your concerns about disclosing the redacted documents to him prior to today?
We did not, Your Honor. And again,
Okay.
we're prepared to go forward with the documents that are uploaded and marked.
Earlier today, when I asked you, though, you said you didn't want to share the redacted versions with him. Is that, or did I misunderstand you?
No, I mean, that is our position, and we
Okay.
objected to the introduction of those documents into evidence, and we understand that Your Honor has ruled differently.
I've not made any ruling about anything being admitted into evidence yet. What I'm asking you is, do you still have an issue with providing the redacted documents to Mr. Lysenko?
If Your Honor orders that, well, I have emailed him Exhibit 200 and 201, and I understood that Exhibit 202 was still under.
You're not answering my question right now, though. I just want to make sure I understand your position. Do you have an issue with providing the redacted version of, let's say, Exhibit 202 now? Do you still not want to provide that to him? I'm just trying to make sure I understand your position.
We do not want to provide it to him.
Okay.
However,
and then did you didn't convey that concern to him prior to the hearing? You didn't try and resolve this issue. That's correct as well. I'm just trying to understand what happened before today.
That is correct, Your Honor. We've been gathering the documents and marking them up until yesterday afternoon before the hearing.
Understand. And then Mr. Lysenko, after hearing the description about document number 202, are you able to explain generally what it is you hope to get from that? What information you would want to use regarding that in this hearing?
Yes, like a few things. For example, the scale of the violation. Then, because it does matter when the administrative law judge assigns the penalties, the size of the violation. Second thing is the liabilities on the violation, who is liable for what in these operations. And that's in regards to violating the insurance and putting public under risk that on location sells ticket to. Plus, of course, to prove the charter bus, the customer and the vendor relationship between on location and ACE and Ramblin' Express, that it's not brokering the service, it's actually a customer or a client of on location.
And do you think the document is necessary in light of the testimony that was provided today?
So for the third one, probably we already covered it with the testimony, but the other two, they did not been covered in the testimony.
Okay, well then how about this? Let's not disclose this potential exhibit 202 in light of the testimony that you received today, but you have 200 and 201, the redacted versions now, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And with that in mind, are you prepared right now to proceed, or do you need time to review them?
Yes, Your Honor, I did review them briefly. I'm ready to go forward.
Okay, and Mr. Jennings, did you have anything else before we proceed regarding this?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So then let's have Mr. Nagel come back if he's available right now. And Mr. Nagel, you're still under oath. And so why don't we, and to be clear, before we start up, and I apologize, Mr. Nagel, for calling you up and then saying this, nothing has been, 200 and 201 have not been admitted into evidence. They have just, the confidential versions have been provided to Mr. Lysenko at this point. So I just want to make sure we're all on the same page with that. And so Mr. Lysenko, go ahead and proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Crane, could you pull up exhibit 200, please?
So just to clarify, are we going into a confidential session?
Yes, confidential.
Okay,
Oh.
I know they've been redacted, but I just wanted to check. You're muted, Judge.
The documents have been redacted, so there really shouldn't be confidential information at this point that will be testified to, because we just have the redacted versions available. And so this would be, I know it was marked as the confidential version, this would be the actual exhibit version. The confidential version would be the unredacted one, which we don't have.
So the only one in box is the one that's labeled as confidential. I believe that is the redacted version.
Right. I have not seen, nor I don't think an unredacted version has been available. So it was marked as confidential, but this would be the version that we're using because the confidential information has been redacted.
Perfect. So that was 100.
Can you
April,
repeat
you were
that?
cutting out.
Yeah, that was exhibit 200.
Yes, exhibit 200. Yes,
Okay.
the screen. Thank you. And Mr. Nagel, do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
Can you tell me what is it?
Yeah, it's a master services agreement that we have filed. This one appears to be with Ramblin' Express.
Got it. With Ramblin' Express. And the contract identifies Ramblin' Express as a vendor. Am I correct?
It does.
And the scope of work identifies the red drugs. Am I correct?
Let me look. In the cases when we turn in scope of work.
I'm sorry, were
Yes.
you viewing a different document than the one that is on screen right now?
That's the same one.
But is it the one that is being displayed, or are you looking at your own copy?
Oh, I had my own. I'm sorry.
Are you looking at a redacted version?
Yes, I'm looking at the one that was shared that I got.
Okay. Okay, I'm comfortable with you proceeding that way as long as you're looking at the redacted version. Okay.
Yeah, that's the scope of work for in these contracts is for Red Rocks.
Okay, got it. And I apologize. Can you repeat that? You were in. Mr. Nagel, could you repeat the answer, please? I apologize. You've been breaking up. Maybe it's my internet.
Yeah. Can you hear me, Judge? Okay. Yeah. In the reference for these contracts, the scope of work is regarding Red Rocks.
Got it. And individual passengers are not parties to this contract. Am I correct?
That's correct. Passengers do not have any access to this contract.
All right. And the unlocation can increase and reduce number of buses. Am I correct? And request those buses from Ramblin' Express.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And unlocation agreed to obtain any permits, licenses, and approvals necessary for its own obligations under this contract. Am I correct?
Objection.
What's the basis for the objection?
Mr. Lysenko is testifying about the contract, and I don't believe that he's testifying accurately to the terms of the contract.
Well, the contract does say what it says. I will overrule it because Mr. Lysenko isn't qualified to testify. He's not acting in the capacity of someone who could be testifying right now anyway, but so I'll overrule that objection.
Okay, and Mr. Nagel, just to specify, Ms. Crane, can we scroll down to the number 9, part number 9, representations and warranties? Okay, and that's under which paragraphs unlocation supposed to get the necessary permits. And Ms. Crane, could you please scroll down to the paragraph 9 at the bottom? It says unlocation. Mr. Nagel, could you just read that last portion at the number 9? Number 9, unlocation represents and warrants.
So, Mr. Lysenko, I try to not have people just read read from documents, but if you can ask about his understanding or things about that, but it's not really testimony to just read from a document.
Got it. So my question is just going back to the question, is the, yes, I apologize. My question is, if unlocation agreed to obtain any permits, licenses, and approvals necessarily for its own obligations under this contract.
Objection. The document does speak for itself, Your Honor, and I think it's understandable. It's a fine print document, but I don't think Mr. Lysenko is summarizing the contents of the contract correctly.
I will overrule it, this objection, simply because Mr. Lysenko is not testifying. But maybe you can ask the question a different way, Mr. Lysenko.
Yes, Mr. Nagel, do you know if unlocation is obligated to, under this contract, obligated to obtain any permits or licenses or approvals necessarily to for their operations?
I do not know.
Got it. One second. And Ms. Crane, can we scroll down slowly, please? The document. Okay, Mr. Nagel, is this contract complete?
It appears to be.
All pages listed, am I correct?
I'm sorry?
So all pages included.
The contract appears to be fully executed.
Okay, got it. Your Honor, I would like to offer Exhibit 200 into evidence.
Your Honor, with the discussion today and the redactions, we would ask that, well, we do not object to the introduction of this contract given today's discussion.
Okay, exhibit 200 then as redacted is admitted.
Ms. Crane, could you pull up Exhibit 201, please? Redacted version. Okay, Mr. Nagel, do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
And what is it?
It appears to be the same document, but with Ace Express.
Ace Express, got it. Is there only two parties in this contract, On Location and the Ace Express?
To my knowledge.
Got it. Are there individual passengers a party in this contract?
No.
Got it. Are they, do you know if on this, in the part 9 at the bottom, if the On Location, if this contract requires On Location to obtain all necessary permits and licensing for their operations?
Objection. I'd like, since Mr. Lysenko is referencing specific parts of the document, I think the witness needs to look at that section of the contract because it is not as Mr. Lysenko is asking the question.
Yeah, Mr. Lysenko, which portion of the contract
It's
are you
part number 9 at the bottom of the part number 9. Yep.
To answer your question, I do not know.
Got it. Ms. Crane, can we scroll down the document, please, through the document? Mr. Nagel, is it seems to be a complete document?
It seems to be.
Thank you, Mr. Nagel. Your Honor, I would like to offer Exhibit 201 into evidence.
And same, Your Honor, no objection consistent with today's discussion.
Thank you. I was just going to say, do you have that same thing to say? But yes, perfect. Admitted.
Okay, and thank you, Your Honor. That's all my questions to Mr. Nagel.
Thank you for your time. Mr. Jennings, do you have some questions?
It'll be very brief, Your Honor. I'm just going to go back to those two contracts with Exhibit 200, please. Okay, Ms. Crane, could you scroll down the bottom of page 1 there to the start of section 5? And Mr. Nagel, you're still up here. Are you looking at the screen now with the contract provision?
Yes.
And towards the middle of that section 5, does that state that vendor is responsible for procuring all permits, documents, etc.?
It does.
And is the vendor Ace Express?
In this contract, yes.
Okay. On Location is not the vendor in this contract, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Ms. Crane, could you scroll down to the bottom of page 2? This so section number 9. Mr. Lysenko asked you about this section. Do you remember that, Mr. Nagel?
I do.
Okay, then Ms. Crane, could we just scroll a little bit more onto the next page? So the top, Mr. Nagel, can you just read that very first phrase right there at the top of the page?
Vendor represents, that part?
Yeah.
Vendor represents and warrants to On Location.
And then could you jump down to the little Roman numeral I down there?
Sure. It shall obtain and maintain at all times any and all necessary permits, licenses, and approvals from appropriate authorities in order to fulfill its obligations hereunder.
Okay, and then Ms. Crane, could you scroll over to page 4, section 14, please? Could you read the beginning of that part, Mr. Nagel?
Sure.
Section 14.
Yep. Vendor shall, at its sole cost and expense and without a right of reimbursement hereunder, obtain and at all times during the terms of this VSA maintain and shall cause each of its subcontractors to maintain the types of insurance, including.
Objection. We all can read, and I wasn't allowed to make the witness to read off of the contract. I mean, the document speaks for
Sure.
itself.
Thank you. I will sustain that.
Okay, and then Ms. Crane, could you just jump towards page 11? It's Exhibit C, but it's page 11 of the document. Okay, thank you. Mr. Nagel, you don't have to read it. Can you just describe to us what your understanding of this page is?
Sure. This is just a list of the insurance requirements that On Location requires the vendor, in this case, to hold and represent.
So these insurance coverages that Rambling obtains pursuant to this contract?
That's correct.
On number D there, can you just tell us what that type of insurance is?
Sure, that's standard automobile liability insurance.
So with these, did you recall the testimony earlier today from Ace and Ramblin about insurance?
I do.
And do you recall them stating that each of Ace and Ramblin maintain insurance for all of the vehicles providing Red Rocks transportation?
I do.
Is this contract consistent with that testimony?
It is.
And we've looked here at Exhibit 200. When it comes to Exhibit 201, is it your understanding that the same provisions exist that we just covered regarding licenses, permits, and insurance?
And just for the avoidance of doubt, 201 would be the other services agreement.
Yes. Ms. Crane, we could just toggle back to it just so Mr. Nagel can. You don't need to read the whole thing, Mr. Nagel.
Sure. I just want to make sure that with the numbers, I'm understanding correctly.
Sorry, that was back to, where did you want me to 201?
201, yes.
Okay, sorry.
That's correct. These would be the terms in both of these agreements would be identical.
Okay. So with Ace and Ramblin, the provisions regarding maintaining appropriate approvals and insurance are the same.
That's correct.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
And thank you for your time, Mr. Nagel. I don't have any questions for you either. So thank you for being here today and for your extended stay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Happy to be here. Thank you.
So Mr. Lysenko, does that conclude your case in chief?
Yes, Your Honor, I rest my case.
Great, thank you. Appreciate your time here. Mr. Jennings, do you have a witness to call? Are you prepared to proceed? Or do you
Yes,
need
Your Honor. It's
Okay.
just Mr. Nagel. I don't believe we have any more exhibits, so hopefully we'll get
Sure,
through it.
sure. So Mr. Nagel, since we just let you go, you're still sworn in. So
Sure.
the swearing in
Understood.
stands the whole day. All right, so
Yes,
go ahead
ma'am.
and proceed. Yeah.
Mr. Nagel, you may have covered this some earlier, but tell us who your current employer is.
Sure. I'm employed by On Location.
On Location Events.
Yes.
And how long have you worked there?
Well, I accepting a furlough during the pandemic. I've been with this company about 12 years.
Okay. And are you familiar with the basic facts involved in these different complaint cases filed by Mr. Lysenko?
I am.
Are you familiar with the outcome of the first complaint case?
I am.
Are you familiar with the outcome of the second complaint case?
I am.
And are you familiar with the facts involved in this third complaint here today?
Yes.
So please tell us about On Location's business nationwide. What do you do?
Sure. So, as I mentioned earlier, On Location is a premium experiential hospitality business. We offer ticketing, curated guest experiences, live event production, and travel management services across sports and entertainment, including music.
Okay. Can you just tell us a bit about some of those other more popular or high profile events that On Location is involved with?
Sure. On Location is involved in all manner of events, specifically on the sports side, with the Olympic Games, with the FIFA World Cup that's starting here in a couple of weeks. They do a lot of work with the Super Bowl, with the NFL, NCAA, and on the music side, we're involved with the biggest music festivals in the country, to the names of EDC and Coachella and those types of events.
And are those events outside of Colorado?
Yes.
When it comes to the Colorado Red Rocks program, you may have mentioned this before, but do you oversee the project manager of the Colorado operations?
I do. All the project managers in music report to me.
Can you tell us, as far as you know, the history of Red Rock or of On Location's operations here in Colorado?
Sure. Shuttles of Red Rock started in 2015. under the former company, which was CID Entertainment. And we started, just doing a few shows a year, increased years over year as we gained the trust of the venue and the promoters. And, since I want to say 2018, we've been doing every show that the venue has to offer.
Okay. With CID Entertainment and On Location, just tell us the history there. Was there an acquisition, or how did that work?
Sure. CID was acquired by On Location. I can't give a specific date as I was just at a different position in the company, but I would say around the 2018, 2019, CID was acquired by On Location. So from 2014 to 2020, I was employed by CID. And when post-pandemic, I am employed by On Location.
So during that whole time frame, has the Red Rocks transportation program operated in a similar way?
It has. It's just grown. And we also drop off in a different place now than we did for the first few years up in the upper north lot.
Okay. Mr. Lysenko asked you about the Red Rocks venue and the concert promoters. Tell us about your relationship with those official ticketing partners.
With the ticketing partners? So we are, we sell part of our tickets through the official ticketing website, ticketing purchase flow for the venue. So whether it's through or for AEG Presents, or whether it's for Live Nation, we sell in two different places, but one of them being with Axis, which is the venue ticketing site. So when people are buying their ticket to the show, they can also add on the transportation component. And then we also sell outside of that with seat tickets. And then we that's how we do that.
Do you work with those partners on your other operations outside of Colorado?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about how that works.
Sure. Well, Axis is a major ticketing outlet, similar to a Ticketmaster. So AEG uses Axis for a lot of its major events. And so any of the other events that we listed, a lot of them use Axis. And AEG and Live Nation are the two biggest promoters in the country.
Okay. When it comes to the transportation side and your involvement in these concerts, do you work with state public utilities commissions in other states?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, I have regular contact with PUC officials in multiple states regarding operations.
Can you just give us a bit of a overview or some of the states where you're active?
Sure. Coachella and Stagecoach music festivals take place in California. So we work with the PUC division down there in Southern California and the California Highway Patrol. We also operate EDC Las Vegas, which is there, and it's under the Nevada Department of Transportation and the Nevada PUC over there, as well as over in Ohio. We work with the Ohio OPUC for some festivals out there. And those are the primary ones that we work closely with.
Okay. This has been covered, I think in different ways, but who are your current local transportation providers that drive passengers to Red Rocks?
We use Ace Express and Ramblin' Express as our exclusive providers.
Okay. So does On Location actually transport any passengers in Colorado?
We do not. We don't own any buses.
I got another. Does On Location drive anyone anywhere in Colorado?
We do not.
Does On Location employ any vehicle drivers in Colorado?
We do not.
Does On Location employ any vehicle mechanics?
We do not.
Does On Location do you have any storage or maintenance facilities for vehicles in Colorado?
We do not.
Do you own any vehicles in Colorado?
No, sir.
Do you lease any vehicles in Colorado?
We do not.
Do you operate, in other words, dispatch, drive any vehicles in Colorado?
We do not.
when it comes to the transportation program with Red Rocks, do Ace Express and Ramblin' Express actually drive all passengers to and from Red Rocks?
They do.
Do Ace and Ramblin' own and lease all of those vehicles?
Yes,
Do Ace and Ramblin' control, operate, and manage all of those vehicles?
they do.
Mr. Nagel, we just covered the contracts that you have with Ace and Ramblin'. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about sort of when and why the parties entered into written contracts for the Red Rock service.
Sure. So, my management of the project manager overseeing this really kind of came into play about mid 2025, and just immediately recognized that as a best practices move. Just that it was a good idea to have hard written contracts with agreed upon rates and exchange of insurance, and make sure everything was properly lined out.
And prior to having written contracts in place, did you operate under a course of performance with Ace and Ramblin', where you were still booking rides to Red Rocks through those two companies?
That's correct.
In other words, did you still have the same relationship before you entered into written contracts?
That's correct.
We just looked at the contract with respect to all licenses, permits, and approvals. Do you believe that Ace and Ramblin' have all appropriate licenses, approvals, and authorities to provide the Red Rock service?
I do.
When it comes to insurance, do you believe that Ace and Ramblin' have adequate insurance to carry passengers to and from Red Rocks?
I do.
If Ace and Ramblin' is it Ace and Ramblin's responsibility to file proof of insurance with the Colorado PUC?
To my understanding, yes.
Mr. Lysenko earlier asked you about if there was an accident. Tell us about how and how customers might contact On Location versus the bus companies. Tell us about what may happen or based on actual experiences of what happens if there's an accident in one of the vehicles.
Sure. If there's an accident, our management team will go and file an incident report. Of course, first thing that happens is that we make sure that everybody on the bus is safe and that the bus is in a safe location. We would then dispatch another bus, work with either Ace or Ramblin', get another bus out there to keep things going. Obviously, we would do an incident report, check and see if there's any sort of injuries or anything like that. From there, guests are very easily able to contact our guest services if they need any sort of information, or if there is an injury, they need to file an insurance claim. We would be able to pass along information to connect them with Ace and Ramblin' to file a claim.
So has that actually happened in the past where there's been a potential insurance claim? Tell us, and by an individual passenger, tell us what's happened in those cases.
That would be at other outside of Red Rocks. That has happened. We've never had an injury claim, to my knowledge, with Red Rocks. There have been instances of a bus, either hitting a car or something to the extent of that. But we haven't had to deal with fortunately, with any sort of personal injury issues.
Okay. Have any individual passengers made claims against On Location's insurance?
Not to my knowledge. I don't recall any dealing with any of those.
If a passenger had an insurance claim about a ride that they were taking on an Ace and Ramblin' bus, would you refer them to Ace or Ramblin'?
Yes.
So just walk me through the process. Are you the front line of defense? And then you would tell us how that would work.
Sure. So, our guest services email is monitored very regularly, even on the weekends. So if somebody was to write in and say, hey, I had this issue, the first thing the guest services rep would do would be to contact we got this email. And then, if there is a claim, some sort of, hey, injury or personal property damage to their car, we would advise our legal team of that, but we would connect with the vendor, whoever was operating the bus at that time, hey, where did you come from? Okay, we came from, this stop on this date. Cool. It was either Ace or Ramblin'. And then we would connect with them to figure out the best way to route that customer to them so that they could make their claim.
The relationship that you're describing with Ace and Ramblin', has this existed since before May of 2024?
Yes.
Do the same facts exist today regarding Ace Ramblin' on location that existed back in May 2024?
Yeah, to my knowledge.
Did On Location make changes to its website and advertising after the first Colorado PUC case?
If you're referring to the disclaimer, there's no major updates made outside of, regular maintenance or updating an FAQ or something like that, minor updates, but no major changes or adjustments.
Okay. So tell us about the Red Rocks concert season. We're currently in the middle of a season. How many trips do you have arranged with Ace and Ramblin' for the rest of the season?
Sure. So as of yesterday, there were 182 concerts booked for Red Rocks. And so that's 182 total shows for the season. With as of last night, we completed 46 of them. So that leaves about 134 shows remaining, and we project somewhere between 15 and 20 to be announced. So probably about 150 more, through the mid fall. So we do it. We vary our bus orders with Ace and Ramblin' based on sales. But we have about 150 shows left.
And are all those trips in connection with actual concerts that are taking place at Red Rocks?
That's correct.
That's why a person is requesting a ride out to Red Rocks?
Yes.
So given that there's a lot of options, right? You could take an Uber, Lyft, you could drive your own car. There's a lot of companies that you could choose. Why do customers choose
Your Honor,
On?
objection called for speculation.
I'm going to overrule that. Go ahead.
And just more briefly, there's a lot of transportation options. Why do customers choose to go through On Location events?
Sure. Well, we've been around for a while. We're a consistent and safe operation that has a strong reputation for being reliable and always putting the guest experience first. On top of that, we've been servicing this market for over 10 years, have many out-of-town repeat customers who come year after year to see their favorite bands. And we're consistent and safe, and that's why people choose us.
Okay. In terms of driving your own car to a Red Rocks concert, tell us why, or what do you offer customers who aren't going to drive themselves to Red Rocks?
Sure. Well, Red Rocks is, seen a lot of venues. Red Rocks is just a tough venue to get in and out of. There's limited roads, lots of cars, and our operation, among a couple of others. We have permission to operate in the upper north lot of Red Rocks, which is very easily accessible and drops off at the top. So just makes things a little easier at Red Rocks, which is a tough venue with a lot of walking. So that's, in a venue like Red Rocks, having motor coach transportation really takes a big bit of pressure off of the roads and makes everything safer for everybody involved, because, a typical bus is about 25 cars worth of people.
Okay. And if you did have to stop operating, would the official access ticketing partner be without a transportation broker program?
That's correct.
Your Honor, objection, lack of knowledge.
You know, he answered the question already before you objected. So, but that was a fair objection, but he had already answered the question.
Okay.
I don't think I've asked this. Are you the only transportation broker program currently that works with Access, the official ticketing provider?
That's correct.
And so if On Location stopped operating, would Access be without a transportation broker program for some period of time?
Objection, Your Honor. Same lack of knowledge.
Well, this has
And
already
call
been
for
asked and
speculation.
answered. I'll sustain the objection, but only because Mr. Nagel had already answered that question earlier.
Okay. If On Location had to stop operating, would all of the existing passenger bookings be canceled?
Yeah, we would cancel and refund at the point of purchase. So whether through Access or C tickets.
Do you have an estimation of how many canceled bookings you would have for the rest of this concert season?
Sure. We're probably around, we'd probably be refunding if we, today it would be around 7,000.
7,000 customers?
Yeah, 7,000 customers, individual passes. But we're still on sale and still announcing. So but that's just today, June 3rd.
And how many events would that cover roughly?
Probably about between 145 and 150.
Given your experience, what would the impact to the public be in the event of all those cancellations?
Your Honor, objection. That's call for speculation. How the witness knows.
No, I understand. I will allow it just because Mr. Nagel has a lot of experience in this arena, but he's also not an expert, so I will give his testimony the weight of a non-expert.
Mr. Jennings, would you repeat your question for me?
So yeah, if all those bookings were canceled, what, in your experience, would be the impact to the public?
Sure. Well, it's a lot of people. And, one of the biggest benefits of transportation programs like this is the reduction in incidents with intoxicated drivers and reducing the overall traffic on local roads and highways. So less reliable transportation providers is a disservice to the public.
Just a few more here, Mr. Nagel. So has PUC staff ever contacted On Location with concerns about compliance?
No, sir.
Has PUC staff ever opened an investigation into On Location?
No, sir.
Has PUC staff ever opened an enforcement proceeding regarding On Location's compliance?
No, sir.
Any other government agencies in Colorado open investigation or contacted you about compliance concerns?
No, sir.
Mr. Lysenko testified that he contacted PUC staff at some point after he filed his first complaint. Did you hear that testimony?
I did.
Did the PUC staff contact you to follow up on anything that Mr. Lysenko contacted the agency regarding?
No, not to my knowledge.
after you mentioned you're familiar with the first and second complaint. To your knowledge, has the PUC ordered you to stop operating or otherwise ordered that you are not in compliance after June of 2025?
No, sir.
And then just finally, as we're here today, do you have a good faith belief that On Location is operating in compliance with all laws and rules in Colorado?
I do believe that.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Jennings. Mr. Lysenko, do you have some cross-examination questions?
No, Your Honor.
Right. I might have one. Let me just look through my notes for might have a couple of questions. Mr. Nagel, just a couple of questions for me. So as one example, when you were referring to the Coachella in California, and you talked about working with PUC officials, can you just briefly kind of high level describe what that entails?
Sure.
Or the nature of those discussions? Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. Yeah. So as you're well aware, the PUC regulations vary state by state. California's happen to be fairly strict. We operate a fairly large transportation service in California. So they come out just to make sure that drivers that are being brought in and operating the service are qualified within the context of the PUC regulations. So that they have CDLs, that they have proper insurance, that they have all their numbers proper, and that sort of thing. It's a fairly straightforward process, but we work with them and the CHP. And as buses are coming to check in, they'll talk to them, check their license, and just that sort of thing.
Okay. All right. So it relates mostly to the drivers with regard to what you were referring to in California. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. They're just making sure that any of the buses are operating within compliance of California's PUC.
Okay. That's helpful information. And then this isn't a trick question. It's truly just a question. Are you aware of the regulated monopoly doctrine in Colorado?
I'm not.
Okay. And those were the only questions I had for you. Mr. Jennings, did you have any follow-up based on that?
No, thank you.
All right. Now, thank you for your time, Mr. Nagel. I think you might actually be done today. Mr.
Well,
Jennings.
I'll stick around just in case, but thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Jennings, did I understand you to say that was your only witness?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So now at this point, I'm not sure how the parties wish to proceed. I know Mr. Lysenko had mentioned the possibility of doing statements of position, but I wasn't sure. Mr. Lysenko, let me start with you. What is your suggestion for closing statement of position, waiving them, doing them, anything of that nature?
I guess ready. We can do the just the oral closing arguments. But again, it's up to Mr. Jennings. If he decides to do the statement of position, written statement of position, I'm able to do that as well.
And Mr. Jennings, what do you say?
The closing oral argument works for us.
Okay. Do the parties need a little time to collect their thoughts? We could take a brief recess. If you do, we can proceed if both parties are ready. I would like to either do a break for everyone or no break for everyone, as you two prefer.
Yes, Your Honor, I would prefer a 15-minute break real quick.
Okay. And that, Mr. Jennings, does a 15-minute break work for you?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So let's convene again at 2:15. Thanks, everyone. All right. Can you hear me, everyone? Okay. We are back on the record in proceeding number 26F-0072CP. Is about 2:15, and the parties are going to provide some closing statements. And up first, we have Mr. Lysenko.
Your Honor, may I ask you please to pay attention? My Valentine trying to get your attention.
Thank you, Judge. I just would like permission to be excused. I just didn't want to vanish on you.
Oh, of course, yes. And sorry, I have limited. I didn't see you. So.
No worries. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, thank you for your time. Thank you for being here today. Thank you to your clients.
Bye.
Oh, I almost hit leave. I almost just left the. I got confused there. All right, Mr. Lysenko, now you have the floor.
Thank you. And first of all, Your Honor, thank you so much for staying longer. I know it takes longer today than expected. Thank you for being with us. So my closing arguments, they responded in this case several times argued the claim preclusion argument brought up, at least like 3 times. You had a ruling on this, that this is the new complete different issue that being raised in this proceeding, not being decided on in the 2 previous proceedings. Then commission made the ruling in the answers in the ruling on rehearing argument reconsideration also. So I just want to bring up your attention that today we're here for the complete different issue that being raised in the 2 previous proceeding. So in the first proceeding, in the recommended decision, Chief Administrative Law Judge noticed that on location made the disclaimer and started position itself as a broker. So today we cover in the period of time when on location started position itself as a broker, and that's from May 29th, 2025. So, and in this evidentiary hearing, evidence shown that on location advertises on its own website and at access individual shuttle tickets. It sells per ticket shuttle tickets to show to Red Rocks from Denver downtown, which is intra-state transportation locally within the state. Then on location charter buses and other buses from Ace and Ramblin' Express and transport those individuals that purchased shuttle tickets in those Ace, Express, and Ramblin' buses to the venue and from the venue. So because on location sells individual tickets and charter buses from Ace and Ramblin' Express, the operations itself do not fit the definition of the broker, which is the rule PUC rule 6001, 3 W's, because the broker does not alter or change the service of brokers. The broker is supposed to sell pretty straightforward one-to-one service, which it brokers. So since it alters the service and it advertises a different service than it arranges, it violates the PUC rule 6016C, which says advertising transportation service other than by a brokerage is an offer to provide advertised service. So since it breaks the 6016C, it's as a consequence, it breaks the rule 6016A, which says no person shall offer to provide transportation service without authority or permit to provide such a service. And it also violates the rule 6202, prohibited operations, paragraph A. No person shall operate or offer to operate as a common carrier or contact carrier without obtaining the certificate from PUC and paying the applicable fees and the or the annual motor vehicle edification fees as set forth in the rule 6102. So it violated those rules, and it violated those rules not the first time. So those rules didn't violate it in the first proceeding also. So it's not the first time that unlocation violates 6016C, for example. In the first proceeding, unlocation was advertising service from its own name. We will provide us, and we're gonna transport. And there was findings by the chief LJ that unlocation breaks the 6016C advertising to provide service. So in the 6016C, there are two parts: advertising to provide service and advertising transportation service, not by brokerage. Same as, let's say, DUI. A person can get the DUI either drinking and driving or doing drugs and driving. So when the first time it's been drinking and driving, and the second time it's been doing drugs, can it be considered as a first conduct or the first violation? The person violates the same rule, even though it violates it in a different way. It shouldn't be treated as a mitigation factor. It should be treated as a aggregative factor because it's violating the same rule. Same as DUIs. For the second DUI, even if the person may be doing drugs and driving, it's not the first conduct. It's going to be a second DUI, and it's going to be aggregative factor. So same as right here with unlocation. First, in the first proceeding, they've been advertising to provide transportation service, and now they advertising transportation service not by brokerage. So that's not the first conduct or not the first violation from unlocation. So unlocation violated exactly the same rules that in this proceeding, plus some additional, which is 6016B, which is not disclosing the fact that transportation being arranged by the transportation broker. So there should be no mitigation factors. The mitigation factor on a good faith shouldn't be reviewed as well, only because the good faith, the unlocation already violated the PUC rules. Violation never made any attempts to contact the PUC how they can make it right, how they can operate properly. So in the answer to the complaint, unlocation denied all allegations in regards to selling individual tickets and chartering buses from the Ace and Ramblin' Express, even though they testified already twice in the two previous proceedings about it. And today on this at this evidentiary hearing, unlocation again testified that it actually sells individual tickets and then it charter buses separately from Ace and Ramblin' Express. So, but the answer to the complaint, it was all these allegations being denied just to get the right through the whole proceeding and try to dismiss this case as much as possible on a technicalities. So there is no mitigation factors on a good faith should be. Why? So there are a few things that I see that the problem with the unlocation operations. There are, number one, when such a large companies enters the local market with the regulated monopoly, it just disrupts the regulated monopoly. These large companies, they just get in, sell individual shuttle tickets, and they trying to act as brokers. Everybody else looking at them, trying to copy them and trying to follow them. There is a huge issue in Colorado that everybody looking at the unlocation and trying to copy them and following them, which makes it hard for authorized service providers because the traffic gets redirected from them. And there is a regulated monopoly for the reason in Colorado, and PUC controls it just to bring up better service, safer service to the individuals and the less expensive service. But when the traffic gets redirected by the companies like unlocation, existing service providers are supposed to operate on a lower volume and with like half empty buses. So that will raise and increase the per ticket rate because the local authorized service providers, they have own expenses, right, to cover. So that's first issue, interrupting regulated monopoly and hurting the existing service provider. The second issue why I brought up the insurance issue, that's the public safety. So unlike in interstate transportation, intrastate transportation brokers, they never altered the service. They just resell somebody else's service. And PUC does not require local brokers to obtain the insurance and have the insurance on file because they just simply advertise somebody else's service. And the customer always know who he rides with and who to contact in case if there is a problem. So with the interstate transportation, maybe that's what the unlocation trying to do, but with the interstate transportation, brokers completely different, have different permits. They required to have the insurance on file. They required to do the record keeping about each person who is being transported. So that insurance from the broker always available for the person being transported, individual person being transported later on in the charter bus. So individual person always can make a claim against the broker, and then broker can make the claim against the charter bus. In the intrastate or the operation as unlocation, in the form of operation unlocation, thus here in Colorado, insurance is not available to the individual right away. There is a big safety issue. So if something happens, and relatives needs to create the case, and unlocation is not there. And of course, we take the word from unlocation. Yes, we will be there in case something happens. But is the word enough for PUC for safety? Is the promise that, yeah, we're going to take care of it and we're going to make the claim with ACE and Ramblin Express, is that enough for PUC? When the authorized service providers must do the e-filing, provide the insurances, provide the coverage, specific coverages, and PUC controls that safety aspect of the transportation as well. So it's not only about regulating monopoly, and it's not about only about the unlocation breaks all those rules, PUC rules. There is a big safety issue behind it as well. So this proceeding showed that unlocation violated several rules. Rule 6016, which is by the Rule 723-6, Rule 6018E, which is the maximum penalties that PUC is supposed to assign. Their violating of Rule 6016 is 500, and each day is the new violation. Violating Rule 6202 is $1,100, and that's the per each day of violation. Today, unlocation testified that they operated from May 29th, 2025 until today's date. So another financial responsibility violation, Rule 6008, actually assigns 11,000 violation per each day when the common carrier does not keep the insurance on file. And unlocation is an authorized common carrier because it operates as an authorized common carrier because it sells a different service than it arranges. Same as, like I said, if I would be selling taxi cab service and I will be hiring luxury limousine companies to transport those individuals, I mean, there is no issue about unlocation hiring ACE and Ramblin Express. They can do that as much as they want for their own purposes, transport own employees. But when they sell individual tickets, that's where the issue comes. When they sell individual tickets without the permits, that's when they violate all these rules. And since they alter the service from the charter bus service, they cannot be even treated as a broker. So they don't advertise by brokerage. So all that being said, and again, it's not the first time unlocation violates these rules. It's already a second time. And this has got to be aggregative factor. There is no such a thing as on location. It's the first conduct for on location they didn't know. They operating, they working with the attorney, professional attorney that can advise. They've got available PUC documents. They've got PUC to contact and figure out how to operate properly. They just don't want to operate properly. And without assigning penalties, we're not going to get anywhere. It's going to show, first of all, to on location that PUC doesn't have teeth, and then the on location can just keep going until second warning, third warning, or whatever. It's going to show to everybody else that PUC doesn't have no teeth and it does not actually take care of these issues with the unauthorized common carriers. And when I contacted the PUC, Mr. Jennings asked me before, the answer from the PUC was that the LJs have more teeth than those investigators that PUC has. That's why I had to bring this case into the LJ and file the official formal complaint here. So my argument is the evidence being showing that the on location violated Rule 6016C, 6016A, 6202A, and the responsibility for the insurance, which is 6008 as well. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Jennings, are you prepared?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
And thank you as well, Your Honor, for the extended time today hearing this case. So, Your Honor, the evidence demonstrates that On Location is an experienced and responsible operator in the concert, hospitality, and entertainment industry. We understand that Mr. Lysenko has concerns, and he's raised them in 3 separate complaint cases. In the prior 2 cases, 2 ALJs and the commission found that On Location is operating in compliance and making good faith compliance efforts. So whatever Mr. Lysenko has filed with respect to other companies or other things that he's seen in the marketplace, the record with On Location is different. And Mr. Lysenko's closing, asking for drastic penalties due to non-compliance and per-day violations and years of violations, is directly controverted by the commission's decisions in the 2 prior On Location cases. And we just have to look at the commission's final decision that was just issued last week that reviewed the entirety of the first and second complaint proceedings. And the commission summarized that there were minor, quote, minor violations that On Location addressed with respect to its advertising and website, and it swiftly made those changes. And moreover, since June 2025, the commission made a finding that On Location is operating in compliance. And so however Your Honor rules in today's case, Mr. Lysenko's continued narrative that On Location is ignoring the commission or is operating out of compliance is not in accord with the actual record and the prior decisions of the commission. As Your Honor knows, and as Mr. Lysenko noted, On Location is in its 3rd complaint case. And so the question naturally becomes, how many complaints can you file against the same party? Our position in this 3rd complaint case is that claim preclusion bars this 3rd complaint. And we've set forth those defenses in our answer. Today's hearing and the evidence is going to show that this 3rd complaint case is barred by claim preclusion. It prevents the relitigation of the same claims. Complaint number 1 and complaint number 2 are evidence of record in this case. And you can compare those 2 complaints with the 3rd complaint case. The ultimate relief that Mr. Lysenko is seeking is the same thing that he sought in the prior 2 cases. He's seeking to shut down On Location's business in Colorado, which is a drastic remedy. He's asking for per-day violations and other penalties that have not been granted in 2 fully litigated cases during the past 2 years. And the 4 elements for claim preclusion under Colorado law have been met here. The judgment in the prior proceeding was final. There have actually been 2 final judgments now since the commission's first decision was final and the second complaint decision was final last week. It's the same subject matter. It's the same issue of whether On Location is in compliance with respect to PUC rules and Red Rocks transportation. This is not different civil actions. We're in front of the PUC in the 3rd successive complaint case filed by Mr. Lysenko involving the same parties and the same underlying historical conduct. Third, it's also the same claims for relief. Again, you can compare the claims that Mr. Lysenko has made or could have made in the first complaint case and today's complaint case. And that's also a critical distinction that I think Mr. Lysenko is glossing over. The case law is very clear that claim preclusion applies to claims and arguments that could have been raised. Mr. Lysenko had all of the facts regarding historical operations of On Location, Ace, and Ramblin' in May 2024. That's why today's evidence was important to demonstrate that the same facts existed back then. And finally, the parties are in privity in all 3 cases. The evidence shows that Mr. Lysenko brought all 3 complaints against On Location. The first one was in his capacity as the owner and agent of Mountain Star, and the second 2 were in his named individual capacity. Asserting claim preclusion does not mean that On Location doesn't take the concerns that Mr. Lysenko has raised seriously. It's not a technicality to assert that the 3rd complaint against the same party is barred by claim preclusion. If the 3rd complaint is a technicality, what about the 4th complaint that Mr. Lysenko tries to file, or the 5th complaint? We believe that the line needs to be drawn. And with respect to On Location's compliance, the evidence shows that On Location has been operating for many years, and the guidance that it received last year from the commission was to update its website and its advertising. Mr. Lysenko attempted to get Ace and Ramblin' shut down. He made claims with respect to regulated monopoly, and he attempted to get On Location's website shut down, and those efforts did not succeed. So he's not allowed to come back and do it again. Mr. Lysenko has alleged 4 specific rule violations. The first 2 involve transportation broker rules. And these are really straightforward, Your Honor. And so the plain text of the transportation broker rule is in 6001 WWW. Transportation broker is a person who for compensation arranges or offers to arrange for hire transportation of passengers by a motor carrier under authority not operated by the transportation broker. It's a very short and sweet rule. Mr. Lysenko has attempted to throw in red herrings in terms of which service the authority or which type of charter or common carrier or federal or local state permits are the authorities provided under, but that's not what the rule requires. The rule does not prescribe any further detail regarding the types of authority that the underlying providers need to have. And the rule does not speak to per ticket or per bus or common carrier or shuttle or charter authority. The rule requires that there is authority in place and the authority is not operated by the transportation broker. And that was one of the key findings in the first case by Chief Judge Adams, that Ace and Ramblin' were providing lawful service pursuant to their federal permit authority in the Red Rocks transportation program. The other rule is Rule 6016, and this is an advertising rule. It affirmatively allows transportation brokers to operate in Colorado. Mr. Lysenko takes issue with the fact that On Location has positioned itself as a transportation broker but this is precisely what the PUC rules allow. These are affirmative rules. If you disclose, then you are in compliance. And the compliance with Rule 6016 and the advertisements and disclosures that On Location provides were the subject of the prior two proceedings. We take issue with Mr. Lysenko's characterization that On Location is an unlicensed or illegal or shadow operator. I think we all know there are companies that may run black cars to DIA or to do other unlicensed activity, but that is not the case here with On Location. On Location works with ACE and Ramblin', who are experienced operators and who hold federal permit authority to provide the underlying transportation. And this is just what the plain text of the rule requires. It doesn't require more. If there was a rulemaking proceeding, if there was a different rule that was in place governing transportation brokers, On Location would comply with it. But On Location is complying with the rule as written. It doesn't require that the broker lists contact information or does a lot of the things that Mr. Lysenko elicited through testimony. Those are preferences that Mr. Lysenko could implement or other companies could implement, but they're not required by the rules. And finally, with respect to insurance, the insurance rule would be relevant if On Location under CRS 40, 10.1, 101.10, this is the definition of a motor carrier. If On Location was a person owning, controlling, operating, or managing a motor vehicle that provides transportation and intrastate commerce. The evidence today was very clear that On Location does not own, control, operate, or manage any motor vehicles in Colorado. To the contrary, ACE and Ramblin' testify that they perform all of those functions, and they've performed those functions for many years in the relationship with On Location. The testimony was that they provided it pursuant to a course of conduct, and most recently they have entered into written contracts with On Location. And so, based on the evidence, deeming On Location a motor carrier or a common carrier or any other type of entity under Mr. Lysenko's version of events would go well beyond the meaning of the statutes and the PUC rules. That's not to say On Location is not ready and willing to engage with PUC staff at any time. Mr. Nagel testified that they have experience with public utilities commissions and would be glad to engage with Colorado PUC staff at any time. And so for these reasons, Your Honor, we respectfully ask that Mr. Lysenko's complaint be denied. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both for your time. And before we go off the record, I just want to ask one last time, Mr. Lysenko, do you have any final matters that are necessary to be discussed now?
No, Your Honor. I apologize.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no worries. Mr. Jennings, what about for On Location?
Nope, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you everybody for your time and your evidence and your testimony. I really did appreciate everything, and thank you to everyone for being professional and courteous throughout this entire process. I will issue a written recommended decision in this matter in the near future, and at this time we'll go ahead and go off the record. Thank you again.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You.
Have a good day.
You too.